כולנו גויסנו לכל החיים, משורה לשחרר המוות. בימים עגומים של פרעות ודמים, בלילות השמונים של ייאוש. בערים, בכפרים, בדגלנו נרים, ועלה הגנה וחימוש. לא גויסנו לשוב כהמון עבדים, ולשתות במחאה לדבר. ברצוננו להיות לעולם נבואים, חלומנו למות בארצנו. בימים אדומים של פרעות ודמים, בלילות השחורים של ייאוש. בערים בכפרים, בדגלנו נרים, ועלה הגנה וחימוש. המחרשה עשו לך חורבן, היום רק תוסיף שלום על האופי. תודה, עלי בעלותה, בראש נכבושים, במקום שם יסודו עד שנה עברו הפרשים. למעננו ונעם עשור לנתינה. לובה, לבן לבן עדה, לובה, צרות מדינה. לא נשם אפיק ויש במובן ימנה, נפש אל הבית ונומית חמה, תואר החלטת תהיה ככה ניתן, עדני למושגלים ועל מזרחונה. לא נשם אפור בדרך אין אחרת, רק שניסות ומפלירות עליו, הלכה הפלוגה בלילה בשרשרת, פניי מרתקים ובבדיקה אחת. לובה, עלי בעלותה, ממש מתבושים, במקום שם יסוד לא עד שנה עברו הפרשים. למעננו ונעם עשור לנתינה. לובה, לבן לבן עדה, לובה, צרות מדינה.
היום שרה הקטנה, ניפגש בצאתי למלחמה, את המדינה לכונן, בשתי גדות הירדן גזזי צמתך, וחגרי את חגורתך, חבקיני חימיקלה והיתי לשורה, עלי בריקדות ניפגש עלי בריקדות, חירות ניסה בדם באש, רובה אל רובה ונסיע, כדור אל כדור יריע, עלי בריקדות ניפגש.
Oops. Oh, I just realized I was on mute. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. Bit of an interruption. Let's do a quick sound check. Okay, now it should be okay. Sorry about that. So welcome to this week's study. We're going to be studying Parshat Vayeshev, which basically involves the story of Joseph. I mean, time flies. It feels like we were just doing the first chapters of Genesis, and now we're already towards the end of Genesis. So we'll get into that in a bit. I'll start off with, I guess we're calling it my monologue these days, but what's going on with Israel in Gaza and what I think is going to happen. So, I mean, the IDF, definitely seems to be making progress there. But the question is, you hear conflicting results. First of all, there are already about 90 Israeli soldiers dead, okay? Including the son of this Gadi or Gabi, whatever his name is, Eisenkot, who is in the war cabinet. And from what I understand from listening to various people, who is basically kind of, he's been a proponent of the more liberal view over the years. He supported, from what I understand, I'd have to go back and check exactly, but he supported the withdrawal from Gaza in 2005. So I don't want to go so far and be so callous as to say that this is kind of, his comeuppance, that his son died in Gaza now. That's a horrible thing to say, and I won't put it that way. It's a shame. Nobody wants to see such a thing happen. But certainly, his policies and his types of policies have caused the deaths of a lot of Jews, a lot of Israelis. And if it now it has hit home for him. Let's put it very delicately that way. And all I could say is, if he and his ilk had not supported such liberal policies, then his son would still be alive. So maybe it's going to cause him to think. Maybe it's going to cause him to repent. Who knows? But the folly, the ridiculousness of it all, as I've been saying now for a while, is to rely on the same people who got us into this mess to get us out of this mess. So who got us into this mess? Okay, it wasn't just the radical left of Israel. Of course, we know what they're like. We know that they're basically internal traitors to the nation, that they don't want even a Jewish state, that they want either a two-state solution or a state of all its citizens. But the fact of the matter is that this, the so-called right wing, like the Likud types, they're completely useless as well. They are basically, in my eyes, they're left wingers. They, over the years, many times have supported various elements of the Oslo Accords. They've withdrawn, including Bibi himself has withdrawn from land, from under his reign. And again, the prime minister in Israel is almost more like a king. Israel has withdrawn from giving back lots of land to the so-called, the fake Palestinians, the quote-unquote Palestinians. So these people they've got us into this mess. They've got us into this mess. And now we're relying on them to get us out of this mess. It's insanity. It would be like saying, okay, the worst bus driver in the world who just ran the bus, off a cliff, and now there's, half the people in the bus are dead. And now we're going to try to rely on him, because he's a trained bus driver, to get us back, on the road for the remaining survivors. The insanity of it all is unbelievable. I don't trust these people in the least. They are responsible. Every single Jew that has died in a terrorist attack in Gaza or outside of Gaza, their blood is on the hands of all of the people in the government who have supported, giving back land, giving any kind of autonomy to the quote unquote Palestinians. This entire, Oslo quote unquote peace process, where these people like Netanyahu and his ilk get to fly around the world and wear fancy suits and meet with world leaders and think they're saving Israel, when in fact they were just responsible for the death of 1,200 Israelis on October 7th. They're responsible for the death of every single soldier that has had to go into Gaza. I mean, just think about it. the news, the Israeli news is portraying this as some kind of great conquering of Gaza. We owned Gaza. We were in control of Gaza until 2005, until Israel voluntarily withdrew from Gaza, until Israel voluntarily threw, how many was it? 10,000 Jews out of the Gaza Strip, out of Gush Katif, using the IDF. And so this is now the comeuppance of that stupidity of everyone who supported that process and did not repent in the period between 2005 and 2023. It's a shame that people have to learn in such a hard way, that people have to die, mothers and fathers and children and grandmothers and grandfathers have to be killed, tortured, maimed, kidnapped. This is a shame, but Yahweh, God, gave us a lot of time to think about this, and yeah, he really does. He gave us a lot of time to think about this, to repent, to change our ways, to come back to him, to fight the war the way Israelites are meant to fight it, not by the fake Western rules. And we didn't. Okay, 2005 to 2023, that's almost 20 years. That's 18 years. I don't believe in that kind of stuff, but it's a lot of time for people to realize that they've gone down the wrong road. So yes, it seems like the IDF is doing okay in Gaza, but this is far from over. This is far from over, and I'll give you a couple of things that come to mind. Okay, Israel constantly repeats, or at least the press, the Israeli Tikshoret, the Israeli media constantly repeats the idea that once we're done with Hamas, we have to go after Hezbollah. Okay, I hear this almost every day in the news, in the Israeli news, on the Israeli TV programs. Now just think about that. If you were Hezbollah and you knew they were coming after you after they were done with Hamas, would you wait for them to finish off with Hamas? No, of course not. You'd have to be insane. So you're basically just signaling to Hezbollah that they better get into the war while Israel's bogged down in Gaza fighting Hamas, or else once Israel's finished off Hamas, then they're going to have to turn their attention. Then they're going to be able to turn their full attention to you. So I think that really raises the prospect of Hezbollah. Every time that's said and every time that's projected and broadcast, that really raises the prospect of Hezbollah entering the war. Because if let's say I were in the schoolyard and and the little gang, a gang of thugs said to me, okay, right after we finish off with beating up those kids over there, we're going to come beat you up. Okay. Well, what would I do? I would either run, and Hezbollah ain't running nowhere, or I would say, okay, if they're going to fight me after they're done with this guy, I'm not going to wait around. I'm going to attack first. Okay. So Israel is really, what I'm trying to say is this war is far from over. What's going to happen is far from clear. The people who are at the helm right now are complete idiots. They are responsible for getting us into this situation over decades and decades and decades. It even goes farther back than that. It goes all the way back to 48, if not further. This whole idea of showing restraint of the land of Israel doesn't really belong to us. That we have to show that we really don't want to expand. We have to show that we want to integrate the Muslims who happen to live there at the time into our society, that we want to be different, we want to be nice to them. All of this insanity goes back to 1948 and before that. Already in 1948 you had different factions, or before 48 you had different factions fighting against at that time was the British and then the Arab, Shalom, Marianana, Miknana, and in the end it was the more shall we say international globalist group that won out. That was the Haganah, which later became the IDF, and ever since then that is what the state of Israel has promoted. It's been kind of a secular, Western aligned state, which has been trying to tread these two sides of being both a democracy and a Jewish state. And so many people have been sucked into this way of thinking, into this stupidity, that it's now all of those chickens are coming back to roost. That's exactly what happened on October 7th. That was not that did not come out of nowhere. That was the results of years and years and decades of stupidity of Israel trying to be both a Western, both a democracy and a Jewish state. You cannot be both, as Rabbi Kahana used to point out many, many years ago. The two form a contradiction, and it's 100% true. The problem is that nobody wants, and I mean nobody, except for maybe 5 or 10% of the population, wants what the right wing is trying to set up. What is the right wing? The Otzma Yehudit, Ben Gvir, and this type. They really want to. They really want to continue in Kahana's ways, Rabbi Kahana. And though I'm a great fan of Rabbi Kahana in many ways, of course, the one thing I disagree with him about is that I don't want to set up a Talmudic state. That was ultimately his goal. His goal was to set up a Talmudic rabbinical theocracy. Now, of course, I believe in, I guess you can call it a theocracy, a Torah-based state. But obviously, I would rather have a secular state than a Talmudic state any day. Any day. I would rather have a secular Western state than a Talmudic state any day. And I think that this is what most of the people in Israel also feel. And that really explains the reason that so many people are against the so-called ultra-right wing or the ultra-nationalist right wing, such as, Ben Gvir and Otzma Yehudit. The only solution, as I've been saying for weeks, for months, for years, is for Israel to give up both of its false philosophies. Number one as Yardain so eloquently put it, Bibi sucks American, So giving up, worshiping the West and worshiping the United States of America, and on the other hand, give up worshiping the Talmud and rabbinical Judaism. That's the only solution. Is it going to happen this time around? I don't know. Maybe the IDF is going to end up conquering Hamas in Gaza. Maybe Hezbollah is going to decide this is not quite yet the right time. And maybe Iran is just going to stay out of the whole thing. I listen to a lot of different analyses. Everyone has their own opinion. There are as many opinions out there as there are, how the phrase goes, the thing, man. And I don't know what is going to happen. But I will say one thing, that whatever Israel is doing right now, it is not going to solve the problem permanently. There's no way it's going to solve the problem permanently. It may kick the can down the road for a couple of more years, but it's not going to solve the problem permanently. The only solution here is the return to a true Torah state, the return to a true, if you want to call it a Karaite state, a Tanach-only state, a Tanakh-based state, a Torah-based state, whatever you want to call it, and not the fake, oft-repeated mantra of a state that is both a democracy and a Jewish state, a demokratia and a Jewish state, and or certainly not what the ultra-right wing wants to implement, and idiots like I won't even mention some former rabbis of mine who want to implement a Sanhedrin and Talmudic state and all of this nonsense. That will go nowhere. The people will revolt. The people would rather be under Arab rule than be under Talmudic rule. I'm serious. They really would. I think that's actually true. Anywho, so that's what I think is going on. Is Israel winning in Gaza? Is Israel getting bogged down in Gaza? What is Hezbollah going to do? Are they going to enter into the war? Is Iran eventually going to enter into the war? And then what about all of the other surrounding nations? Shabbat Shalom, Mariana, Miknana, and Happy Hanukkah. Thank you. You be well too. What about the Houthis and the Tutsis and the Tutti Fruitis? Who else is going to enter the war? And what about Egypt, Jordan, all of these other countries? These countries have never really been friends of Israel. They just, established a temporary ceasefire with Israel until the right day had come. There is no doubt about it that they'll be more than happy to overrun Israel the second they get the chance. So all I'm trying to say here is it's far from over. Even though every day we hear these announcements of how the IDF is conquering Gaza, they've conquered the north, they're conquering the south. They showed that picture of all the stupid Arabs in their underpants, getting carted off in the truck, and then the whole world started complaining about that. But I don't think that Israel is close yet to conquering Gaza, and now America is giving a deadline. Who knows what that is going to turn out to be? At any rate, I guess my main point is it's far from over. We're going to have to wait to see what happens. But even though, despite all of the wonderful grand pronouncements by Israel and the IDF and the Israeli media, I think this thing is far from over, and there's still plenty more surprises that could happen. I mean, October 7th was a huge surprise, so there's no there'd be no surprise if there's another surprise. And again, to point out the folly, the utter stupidity of relying on the people who got us into this mess, those same people to get us out of this mess. They cannot change their internal conception of the world well enough to get us out of the mess. We need an entirely new conception. We need an entirely new approach, entirely new way of seeing things to get us out of the mess that we've gotten into. Sometimes you get into a mess and then you are required to completely change your way of thinking to get out of the mess that you've gotten into. And that's exactly what Israel requires. And that means that eventually these BB types and these Eisenkot types and these Gantz types and all of these useless types who've gotten us into this mess over the period of months and years and decades will have to be, taken down from the seats of power at the very least. Okay, so that's that. We'll see what happens. I mean, it would be nice if the IDF kicked the living crap out of Gaza, and I hope they do, but it's only part of the solution of part of a much bigger problem. Okay. Anywho, that's that. Anybody want to make any comments? Anybody want to make any predictions? Anybody have anything to say? Please go ahead now. If not, we will get into the main part of the Torah study. Okay. Alrighty then. So we are in, let's see, we're supposed to pick it up in Genesis 37. My God, how do we get already that far into Genesis? Whitey boy, Numbers 35, 55. But if you do not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then those whom you let remain shall be as barbs in your eyes and thorns in your sides. They shall trouble you in the land where you are settling, and I will do to you as I thought to do to them. Absolutely. Absolutely. Very, very relevant verse. Very, very relevant verse. You cannot make peace with these subhumans. It's impossible. It was folly to even think so from day one. I am proud to say I never thought for even a single day. Well, no, that's not true. When I first got to Israel as a naive youngster in my mid-20s, coming from the United States of America for, I would say, a couple of weeks at the most, I said, oh, this is so wonderful. Oh, look at the little Arab children playing and kicking soccer balls. And very quickly I realized that these little monsters would kick the soccer ball right in my face if they could get away with it. I very, very quickly became a Kahanist, and I've obviously stuck to many of his points of view since then, although certainly not the idea of setting up a Talmudic state. That goes without saying. Okay, so let's get into Torah here and see maybe if we can learn something from the Torah with this regard. Hopefully things are going to go a little bit better technology-wise. I've tried to speed up Chrome, but I don't know. Things always weird things always happen with Chrome, but I'm going to stop sharing this screen and I will share this screen instead. And let's see how everything works out. Shabbat Shalom, Yeshi Ben. Shabbat Shalom. Okay. And please let other people know about the study. I'd really like the study to grow. I really would. And I don't know, they always say likes and subscribes and all this kind of stuff. So if you can, do all your likes and subscribes and shares. If you haven't subscribed to the Karaite Insights channel on YouTube, please do. Share the stuff. I don't know, all that crappy share and like and subscribe stuff. Please do. Okay. Had a Christian tell me that Jesus fulfilled the feast of Hanukkah. Jesus fulfilled the feast of Hanukkah. Jesus fulfilled the feast of Hanukkah. I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. I don't know. According to the Christians, Jesus did about everything and anything. I listen to, not by choice, but I do listen to some Christian content for the simple reason that there are some really, really good Torah scholars out there, Bible scholars out there who happen to be Christian. Because why are they such good Bible scholars? Because they, for the most part, don't accept the Talmud. They don't accept rabbinical Judaism. So they just give you pure Bible. They give you pure Torah. But of course, at some point, they start getting into the Jesus stuff. And sometimes I can't take it. If it goes on for too long, I'll just shut it off. But other times I just find it funny. I find it hilarious because, to them, Jesus basically is everything. He did everything. He's I don't know, Elijah the prophet and Elisha the prophet, and he's coming back, and he already was, and he was from the end of time and from the beginning of time. And they just go on and on. I mean, there's nothing, according to them, that Jesus hasn't done, won't do, and cannot do. So I find it pretty funny. So I'm not surprised that he is fulfilled the Feast of Hanukkah. I don't even know what that means. What is the Feast of Hanukkah? There is no Feast of Hanukkah. There's no Feast of Hanukkah. Oh, you mean the Festival of Hanukkah? Okay. Anywho, all right. So we are going to dig in to, I've been listening lately to a guy. I really think he's great, by the way. His name is David Pawson, Christian. He's dead now. Just type in his name, David Pawson. And he has a whole series on the Old Testament. He also has a series on the New Testament. And yes, he ultimately will start going into, Christian stuff, Jesus this and Jesus that. But as long as he's not doing the Jesus stuff, his analysis he goes book by book through the entire Old Testament, and his analysis is great. I really love listening to him. So if you want a good listen, and if you could put up with some of the Jesus stuff, then there you go. And look him up on YouTube. Okay, so let's see where we are. We are supposed to be beginning in Genesis 37. But as usual, maybe we'll go back to chapter 2. Let's see, where did we get last week? So here's 37. Just make sure it's sharing correctly. It is. So this is Joseph's dreams. That's a good place to start. We have Esau's descendants. Who cares about that? Jacob. So we did read, no. Jacob was named Israel. So that's, again, he's named Israel a second time. Okay, so we read through the Dinah story. That we did. And I think we should, just to keep everything in context, we should read Genesis 35. We can skip Genesis 36. And then we'll go right into Genesis 37. Not that it's not important, Genesis 36, but it's not, the main part of the story. It's about Esau. So let's start here in Genesis 35. I will try to go through it very quickly. Follow along in English, because I'm not going to give word for word translations. I'll just make some minimal commentary here and there, so that we can get to our parsha, which starts in Genesis 37. Okay, so here's Genesis 35. So before this, we had the issue of Dinah, okay? And Jacob feels he needs to get out of town. He's worried that the inhabitants are going to gang up on him and take revenge on him. But it says, right here, this is going back to 34. I'll just read these two verses. ויאמר יעקב אל שמעון ואל לוי, אחרתם אותי אליו אישני ביושב הארץ בכנעני ובפריזי, ואני מתי מספר ונאספו עלי והיכוני ונשמדתי אני וביתי. So Jacob says to Shimon and Levi, these are the two sons, this is the second and third born sons of himself and of Leah. You've uprooted me. You've destroyed my abilities to live in this place. By making me stink. Again, I'm paraphrasing here. Making me a stink in the noses of the inhabitants of this area. Okay, and then the Canaanites and the Perizzites. And I'm small in number. And they're going to gang up on me. And they're gonna strike me down. And me and my entire household will be destroyed. So that's what Yaakov is worried about. After Shimon and Levi have gone into the city of Shechem and killed all the male inhabitants by tricking them into circumcising, waiting 3 days until they were in pain from their circumcisions, and then killing them all. That's what we should do with Gaza. Oh, I forgot they're already circumcised. Well, maybe we'll make something else up, like tell them to cut off their left ball or something like that. And we'll go in on the third day and kill them all. All right, 31. Vayomru hakazona yaseachoten. And what's the response? The response was, should they treat our sister like a whore? That's literally what they said. And we spoke about this last week. Okay, Yaakov is worried about the future, and the sons respond, "Hey, we did what we had to do. Whatever the fallout is, we did what we had to do. We can't think always about what the fallout is going to be, what the results are going to be. Sometimes you have to do what you have to do, and wherever the chips will fall, let them fall." Okay, but that is basically the response. Yaakov is worrying about the future, and the sons respond, "Hey, we're not going to let them treat our sister like a slut, like a whore, like a prostitute. We did what we had to do." And that was that. And what was the fallout? Well, Jacob it turned out, was worrying a little bit too much. And then God speaks to Jacob and he says, return to Bethel. And Bethel was a place where he had the dream. That's where he had the Jacob's ladder dream 20 years earlier, when he was on his way out of the land of Canaan towards Aram Naharaim, towards the Arameans, towards Lavan. Vayeshev Sham Sham Mizbeach, and now go back to Bethel and make an altar there. Le'el hanira elecha bebarchacha mipnei Esau achicha. So make an altar in that place where you were, where God appeared to you 20 years earlier when you were fleeing from your brother Esau. Okay, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I forgot to bring up the Excel spreadsheet, so let me do that very quickly. Just give me a second here. 1 sec, please. I just want to make sure we have all the place names listed or recorded. 1 sec. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Boom. All right, so that should bring that up. Let's let that come up. Come on, Google. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. Okay, so we need Israelite journeys. We want journeys of the patriarchs. Patriarch journeys. Just want to make sure we recorded this. So we did. It returns to Bethel. And this is Yaakov. Yaakov. Okay. All right, so that's that. So now Yaakov is returning to Bethel, where he had the dream, the famous Jacob's ladder dream. Okay. Verse 2. ויאמר יעקב אל ביתו ואל כל אשר עמו, סירו את אלוהי הניכר אשר בתוככם והתארו והחליפו סמלותיכם. So get rid of all your foreign gods, change your clothes, and purify yourself. Why purify yourself? Okay, because verse 3, again, I'm paraphrasing here. ונקום ונעלה בית אל ועשה שם מזבח לאל העונה אותי ביום צרתי ויהי עמדי בדרך אשר הלכתי. Because we're going to go up, we're going to arise and go up to Bet El. Bet El literally means the house of God. Now, Bet El is definitely in the area of Jerusalem, and I think there are a lot of hints in the Torah that Bet El actually is Jerusalem, actually is the Temple Mount, even though it is clearly listed as two places later in the Tanakh. So, for instance, when Yerovam, the first king after the split, after Solomon died, and the full kingdom of Israel split into the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom, Judah and Benjamin in the south, known as the kingdom of Yehuda, and Israel in the north. So Yerovam, the first king of the north, he sets up 2 golden calves. He sets up one in Adan and one in Bet El. And it says explicitly the reason he sets it up in Bet El is so that people wouldn't go to Jerusalem or that he was afraid that if he didn't set that up, they would go back to Jerusalem to worship, and his break-off kingdom, northern kingdom, would fail. So at that time, certainly Bet El was distinct from Jerusalem. But I think there are a lot of hints here that Bet El is actually the same place as Jerusalem, and specifically the Temple Mount. I have a feeling that, and I'm sure there are other people who say this, other commentators, scholars, etc., that say this. I'd really have to look it up, but I think there are a lot of hints to point to this, so that maybe Bet El in later times was considered a distinct place, but in the times of the Torah, in the times of Jacob, that it's the same place it's the place that later became the Temple Mount, which would also make it the same place that Isaac sacrificed. That Abraham almost sacrificed his son Isaac. But let's just keep that in mind. Verse 3, so he's going to Bet El, and it uses the words, let us arise and go up to Bet El. So it's using these words of going up. Now, it's true that Bet El is in the hill country in the Judean hills, right near Jerusalem or in Jerusalem. So it could mean geographically go up, because to get from Shechem to Jerusalem, you're going to have to go basically from the hills of northern Israel, the hills of Ephraim, and you would have to. Well, let's see. Would you have to go down through a valley? Maybe not. So, but the other thing is, the other point is that Nakuma v'na'ale, this may mean, usually when these phrases are used, even the Old Testament means kind of a spiritual going up. Just like today, people say when they move to Israel, they say, I'm making aliyah. I'm going up to Israel. So that's the same words that are used here. And so this may apply that this is kind of going up to the Temple Mount, to a special place, this Bet El, which literally means the house of God. Okay. And there to make an altar. So we're going up, maybe in a physical sense, maybe in a spiritual sense, maybe both. Okay, Jacob says to his household, to the house of God, and there we're going to build an altar. Okay, this seems very strongly to imply that this is a very special place. It's clearly a very special place. Okay, but that, I think it's hinting to the fact that this may be the exact same place which later became the Temple Mount, where Solomon built the temple and where God chose permanently his as the place for his name to dwell. And there are other hints in the Torah as well. Okay, so we're going to go up and build an altar to the God who answered me biyom tzarati, on the day of my trouble. And it was with me throughout all of my journeys. Again, I'm paraphrasing there. Verse 4, ויתנו אל יעקב את כל אלוהי הנכר אשר בידם את הנזמים אשר באוזניהם ויטמון אותם יעקב תחת האלה אשר עם שכם. So all of these idols, these household idols, his entire household gives to Jacob. He buries them in Shechem, and now he's purified, clothes changed. And again, we see a change of clothes. So for instance, before Israel gets the 10 commandments in Exodus 20, they're commanded to change their clothes because and purify themselves. It's a purification, a physical purification before going to a holy place. So I think this is another hint that we're talking about clearly it's a holy place, but we're talking about the place that later becomes the place that Yahweh chooses to dwell. Verse 5. Why he hatat Elohim ale arim asher svivotehem v'lo radfu acharei bnei Yaakov. So Yaakov was worried that everyone's going to gang up on him. They're going to strike down. They're going to kill him and his entire household. And here we have the answer to that. That the fear of God was upon all of the cities around where he went. Okay, and they did not chase after him. They did not chase after the children of Yaakov. Okay, so who was right in the end? Was Yaakov right for worrying? Certainly, it was a rational fear. Okay, for him to worry that the inhabitants are going to take revenge on him for what he did to the city of Shechem. But in the end, it turned out that the approach of Shimon and Levi was the correct approach, where they said, hey, no one's going to treat our sister like a whore and get away with it. We're going to do what we had to do. We did what we had to do, and we did what we had to do, and let the chips fall where they may. And God protected, so the chips fell where they may, and nothing happened to Yaakov because God came in, stepped in, and protected Yaakov from the surrounding peoples. Okay, so Shimon and Levi were in that sense vindicated that their action of doing what they had to do to avenge the complete disrespect, the complete defilement of their virgin sister, did not have any direct consequences in terms of revenge by the surrounding people. Okay, where were we? Right there, verse 9. I'm sorry, verse 6. Vayavo Yaakov Luza asher be'eretz Canaan hi Bet-El hu v'chol ha'am asher imo. So he came to Luz. We saw earlier that Bet-El earlier was named Luz in the land of Canaan, and this is Bet-El. Okay, hu v'chol ha'am asher imo. So now he goes back to this place where 20 years earlier, or more than 20 years earlier, he had the Jacob's ladder dream. The famous dream with the sulam, usually translated as ladder. I've heard it translated as ramp. I've heard it translated as moving stairs, all kinds of things. Nobody really knows what the sulam is. I think that's the only place in the entire Tanakh that word is used, that Hebrew word sulam is used, usually translated as a ladder. Verse 7, Vayiben sham mizbeach yikra lemakom el Bet-El. So he calls the place God, the house of God. Kisham niglu elav Elohim be'barchom mipnei achiv, because there God had revealed himself when he was fleeing his brother. Verse 8, with tamat Devorah mineket Rivka, what? Tikaber mitachat lebet El tachat alon vayikra Shemo alon bechut. Okay, so now we hear, this is the first time we ever hear of Dvorah, and the last time we ever hear of Dvorah. Just want to clarify that. Yep. So this is not to be confused with Devorah in Judges, okay, the prophetess and the leader of the army, along with her assistant Barak. And I'm sure we all know about that story, but this is obviously different Devorah. Tamat Devorah mineket Rivka, so the wet nurse of Rivka, or Rivka's nurse, of Rebecca's nurse. Literally it means meneket. Literally means the wet nurse, the one who provides for suckling, the one who allows babies to suckle on her. So okay, so what are we talking about? So we're talking about Rivka. So first of all, who's Rivka? Okay, Rivka is Jacob's mother. Okay. So all of a sudden, we're not talking about one of Jacob's wives here who is traveling with him. Okay, we're talking about the wet nurse of Jacob's mother, Rebecca, who 20 years ago had sent him away. So how does Rebecca and her wet nurse all of a sudden come into the picture, right? Jacob has not yet come back to his father, to Isaac, who he left 20 years ago. He has not yet come back to Rivka, to his mother, who he left 20 years ago. Where were they? They were in Beersheba. Remember, Jacob left Beersheba. He traveled to Bet-El, from Bet-El, he went on to Haran, to where his family was originally, or his father's family was originally from, grandfather's family was originally from. Okay, so how do we get all of this Dvorah and Rivka into the picture? Does this mean that Dvorah went out to meet them? Possibly. Who knows? The Torah doesn't really say. Okay, maybe we're not going to find anything more else about Dvorah, because it's the only time she's mentioned in the entire Torah. But just to point out that it's a little bit, I wouldn't say strange, but it certainly should draw our attention to this verse, because we're not talking about, okay, Jacob is coming back with his 2 wives, his 2 concubines, and his 11 children, and Joseph being the last one that was born. And all of a sudden, now we have his mother's wet nurse dies and is buried in Bethel, in this place where he is. So I guess we have to make some assumptions here. And one of the assumptions we have to make is that Jacob perhaps sent messengers ahead to his mother and father saying, "I'm coming back. I met Esau. We will work things out. I'm coming back to see you." And then perhaps then perhaps Rivka, his mother, sent out her wet nurse to her nurse of many years. She's no longer needs a wet nurse, right? She was the mother of Esau and Jacob, so that was many years ago. But I guess she stayed as her nurse, her assistant, her handmaiden, and now she's sent out to meet Yaakov and his returning party, who is now him, his two wives, his two concubines, his 11 sons, and a huge amount of slaves and other members of the household. Okay. At any rate, she dies there, and she's buried in Bethel. Tachat alon v'yikra shemo alon bechut. So now we have another tree. This is now alon bechut, the terebinth, or the oak of crying. So we've seen a number. I just want to see here. A number of things have happened at alons, at oak trees. Let me just see here. Negative. Let me just find it. Well, maybe the best way to do it is this. Hold on a second. Oops. Hey, that's not fair. Oh, I don't know why it's not showing up. That's weird. Huh. Hebrew search. Okay. Let's try alone. I guess the link isn't working correctly. 1 second. Alone. Huh. One sec. Where is it? Where is it? I can't find it. All right, let's just move on. The internet is not cooperating. Okay, at any rate, a number of things have happened under trees. This time it's called alon bachut, the oak or the terebinth of crying. Okay. All right. So, verse 9, Yera Elohim el Yaakov od bivoo mitpadam harav wa yivarech oto. Okay, so, all right, let me just close this down here. Okay, so here now God appears to Yaakov another time, okay, when he's coming back from Padan Aram, when he's coming back from Lavan, yivarech oto, and blesses him. So this is the second time he's told his name is Israel. Vayomer lo Elohim shimcha Yaakov lo yikare shimcha od Yaakov ki im Yisrael. Okay, your name is no longer going to be Jacob, but now it's going to be Israel. Yesh shemecha v'yikra et shemo Yisrael, and he called his name Israel. Vayomer lo Elohim ani El Shaddai. And he said, and God said to him, I am El Shaddai, one of the old names of God before the name Yahweh is later revealed to Moses in the book of Exodus. Be fruitful and multiply. You will be a nation and a congregation of nations. Remember, this is what was originally promised to Abraham in Genesis chapter 15. You will be an av lehamon goyim, to a congregation or to a multitude of nations. Yemimecha melachim, kings will come out of you. Yemimecha, I'm sorry, Yemimecha, umelachim mechalatzecha yitzu, and from your loins, kings will come out. Okay, so that's an amazing thing. Imagine if God came to you and said, "You're not just going to have descendants, but your descendants are going to be kings." Right? It's an amazing thing to say to someone, and that is exactly what God is saying to Jacob here. Let me just check in to see if there are any comments, any questions. Oh, there's a whole thing going on here. What's going on? Oh boy, here we go with the Christianity. What really frosts my dairy hair? Okay. All right, I'll check that all later. I'm not going to get bogged down in that. Okay. Verse 12, and the land that I gave to Abraham and Yitzchak and Isaac, to you I will give it. So in other words, what God is saying here is a blessing. Okay, that blessing that this land will be yours, we see is now going through Jacob. Jacob is getting the blessing. Okay, remember we spoke about this family tree where there are offshoots from the family tree. So Abraham has Ishmael and other sons from his second wife Keturah later on, and they get blessings, but they don't get the blessing. The blessing goes through Isaac. Isaac has Esau and Jacob. Esau gets a blessing, a leftover blessing, but he doesn't get the blessing. The blessing that was originally given to Abraham goes through Isaac and then goes through Jacob. And that's exactly what this verse is saying here, that this land, this special land, the land of Israel, is going to be yours. It's not going to be Esau. Esau is also Abraham's descendant. He's also Isaac's descendant, but he's not getting the blessing. He's getting a blessing, kind of like the booby prize, the second prize, the consolation prize, but he's not getting the blessing that God had originally given to Abraham. And so here we see very clearly that this blessing is going through Isaac to Jacob and only to Jacob. Verse 13. מעליו אלוהים במקום אשר דיבר איתו. And then God went up away from him. God finished speaking to him. ויצב יעקב מצבה במקום אשר דיבר איתו, מצבת אבן, ויסך עליה נסך, ויצוק עליה שמן. So he sets up a standing stone. Remember, he set up a standing stone when he was leaving Bethel. Now he sets up another standing stone, and he yasech aleha nesech, and he pours on it a libation. That usually means wine. So a drink offering here. They translate v'tzok aleha shaman, and pours upon it also olive oil. So he basically anoints it with wine and olive oil. ויקרא יעקב את שם המקום אשר דיבר איתו שם אלוהים בית אל, and he renames it, or he calls it once again Bet El. It already is named Bet El, but he reaffirms the name Bet El. So this is Jacob in Bet El. Okay, finally now Jacob is going to give birth to his 12th and final son. It's going to be Benjamin. ויסעו מבית אל, ויהי עוד עברת הארץ לבוא אפרתה. So he left Bet El, and he had another chunk of distance, literally a chunk of land to get to or to come to, and then he came to Ephrat. ותלך רחל, ותלד רחל ותקש בלידתה. And Rachel, his beloved wife, who had already given birth to Joseph, gave birth, and she had trouble in her pregnancy. Verse 17. ויהי בהכושתה בלידתה ותאמר לה המילדת אל תיראי כי גם זה לך בן. And so it was, as she was having trouble during childbirth, that her Yaledet, her midwife, her, what do they call it? A dosa? No, a dosa is a dosa is a doula. That's it. A dosa is a South Indian a delicacy, not delicacy, but food. But a doula is a midwife. So her midwife says to her, "Do not fear, because you also have a son here. You're going to give birth to another son." Okay. Wahi b'tzeit nafsha ki meta wa tikra shemo ben oni wa aviv kara lo binyamin. So as her soul left her body, not exactly what it means. Nefesh doesn't really mean a soul in the sense that we think of it, but tzeit nafsha. So literally, it means as her, so shall we say, her life force left, as she died, is basically what it's saying. Okay. Or as her life force left because she was dying, with tikra shemo ben oni, she named him a ben oni, the son of my suffering, or the son of my affliction. Aviv kara lo binyamin, but his father called him Binyamin, literally the son of my right hand, or the son of my right, on my right side. Okay, so Rachel as she's dying, names him Ben Oni, the son of my suffering, but his father doesn't call him the son of my suffering. The father calls him the son of my right hand. Okay, so that's it. Rachel dies with Tamat Rachel v'tikaber b'derech Efrata hi Beit Lechem. So Rachel dies, and she's buried on the road to Ephrat, which is Beit Lechem, Bethlehem. Okay, and I think this is the first time we're hearing of Beit Lechem. Of course, Beit Lechem, Bethlehem, is later going to be the place where David is born, where David's family is from. Of course, then the New Testament is going to take this place, Beit Lechem, and they are going to contrive a story where they need to place Jesus in Beit Lechem to be born, because it says that the Messiah will come out of Beit Lechem, or the descendant of David, the future Messiah, king over Israel, will come out of Beit Lechem. It doesn't literally say that, and it doesn't literally mean that. It just means a descendant of David will once again rule over Israel. But of course, the New Testament needs to, because it's a fake document, needs to go to extremes to try to justify, or try to attempt to show that Jesus is the Messiah. So what better way to do that than to have him actually born in Bethlehem? So how are you going to get Jesus from Nazareth, where his family is from, all the way down to Bethlehem? You make up a census. Okay, now everyone has to go down to Bethlehem for the census, and Jesus is born there in Bethlehem instead of where he actually was born, if he was a real person, which I believe he was, in Nazareth. Okay, but this is the first time I think we hear about Bethlehem. Let me just verify that. Yes. Okay, this is the first time we hear about Bethlehem in the Torah. Okay, Vayetzev Yaakov matzeva, kvorata I matzevet kvorat Rachel ad hayom. And so he also sets up a standing stone to commemorate the place of her death. And this is the Kivurat Rachel ad hayom. This is the burial place of Rachel until this very day. Okay, so he continued on his way back to his father. But we see this is the Kever Rachel. So there is a place today called Kever Rachel, called the grave of Rivka. I'm sorry, of Rachel. Kever Rachel. You can go visit it. It is right near Bethlehem. So we can read a little bit about it. So Rachel's tomb, Kever Rachel, is a site revered as the burial place of the biblical matriarch Rachel. The site is also referred to as the Bilal bin Rabah Mosque. The tomb is held in esteem by Jews, Christians, and Muslims. The tomb, located at the northern entrance to the city of Bethlehem, next to the Rachel's tomb checkpoint, is built in the style of a traditional maqam, Arabic for shrine. So there it is. There's a picture of it. Okay, I think now since then they fortified it. I know it's kind of a big pilgrimage place for Jews, especially Jewish women love to go down and visit the Kever Rachel. They'll go down there and they'll if they're having trouble in conceiving, they'll go down there and pray for children, all this kind of stuff. So, and then we see here that Rabbi Wikipedia tells us the burial place of the matriarch Rachel is mentioned in the Jewish Tanakh. The Christian Old Testament and in Muslim literature is contested between this site and several others to the north. So this may not be the actual site. Although the site is considered by some scholars as unlikely to be the actual site of the grave, it is by far the most recognized candidate. The earliest extra-biblical records describing this tomb as Rachel's burial place date to the first decades of the 4th century CE. The structure in its current form dates from the Ottoman period. So that's the Turks. The Turks took over the land of Israel in the early 1500s, and they stayed until 1917, when in the wake of World War I, the British Empire took over the land of Israel, and the Brits stayed in control of the land of Israel from 1917 until 1948, specifically until the Declaration of Independence of the modern state of Israel on May 14th, 1948. As follow-up to what was called the UN partition plan. It's officially called the Israel-Palestine partition plan or something like that, where that land that was owned by the British Empire, which included Israel and Transjordan, modern-day Jordan, was broken up, or a resolution was passed that land should be broken up between an Arab section and a Jewish section. And basically the Jewish sections was just little spots where there were in the current state of Israel where there were concentrations of Jewish settlements, and the rest went to the Arabs. That happened on the 29th of November 1947. That's the date that the partition plan was approved by the United Nations, and then the actual state of Israel was declared as an independent state the following year on May 14th, 1948. Immediately, a war began with all of the surrounding Arab nations. That's what is now called the War of Independence, the Milchemet Ha'atzmaut of 1948, and that ended up with Israel conquering more land than had been allotted to them by the United Nations in the 1947 partition plan. Okay, but I digress. So we find out, at any rate, we find out that this place, this Kever Rachel, is not necessarily the actual gravesite of Rachel. Okay, let's read on just a little bit. According to Genesis 35:20, a matzeva was erected at the site of Rachel's grave in ancient Israel. What is a matzeva? We said it's a standing stone. It'll show us here a picture of a matzeva. Okay, pillar they translated as a sacred pillar, a type of standing stone. The term has been adopted by archaeologists for Israelite contexts, seldom for related cultures such as the Canaanite and Nabatean ones. So what is a standing stone? Yeah, that's an example of a standing stone, something like that. And you can find them all over the world. Okay, so it's like a pillar, a sacred pillar. Okay, leading scholars to consider the site to have been a place of worship in ancient Israel. According to Martin Gilbert, Jews have made pilgrimage to the tomb since ancient times. According to Frederick Strickert, whoever that is, the first historically recorded pilgrimage to the site were by early Christians, and Christian witnesses wrote of the devotion shown to the shrine by local Muslims and then later also by Jews. Let's see if there's anything else to say. Okay, I think that's enough for that. So Rachel is buried there, and we don't know if the modern place called the Tomb of Rachel is actually the real Tomb of Rachel. Okay, let me just check in. Shabbat Shalom, Alice Rogers Gear. Are the Jewish praying on Rachel's grave to help them conceive? Might as well go all pagan and pray to Ashterot, true Israel. We should not go near any grave with veneration. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. Okay, Shabbat Shalom, Jerusalem. Okay, Shabbat Shalom. All right. Okay, let's move on here. Okay, so where were we? We're back here. But it's clear that in ancient times it was recognized as the place of the burial of Rachel until that day. Okay, verse 21. Okay, so now he comes to a place called Migdal Eder. Don't know where it is. I'm not going to look it up right now. Let's see if they treat it as a place name, and maybe we have some information. So a tower near Bethlehem. They call it the Flock Tower, and a tower near Bethlehem. Okay, but let's just add that. Okay, let's add a couple of things to our list here. Whoa, where'd we go? Get back here, Patriarch's Journeys. Okay, built an altar, gone. 20 years later. Okay, Rivka's. Because wet nurse, Devorah dies near here and is buried under the oak of crying. Okay. So then we get to Migdal Eder. Okay. Migdal Eder, that's Genesis 35:21. Genesis 35:21. Migdal Eder. Altar, no. And this just seems to be just a stopping point on the way back to his father's house. Okay. This is Jacob. Okay, so there we go. All right. ויהי בשכון ישראל בארץ ההיא. Okay. וילך ראובן וישכב את בלהה פלגש אביהו. So now we have the story of, or the mention of Reuven. So I guess this is taking place in Migdal Eder. So I'll add that to our little entry from Migdal Eder. So it's, yeah, it would seem to imply that this is taking place in Migdal Eder. So Reuven, Jacob's firstborn, the firstborn of all his 12 children. 1 second, please. Turn on the light. So Reuven, the firstborn of all his children, goes and sleeps with means has vaginal sex with. The word yishkav literally means penetration when it's used in the context of sexual relations. So has actual sex with one second, please. I'm sorry, I just have to take care of this. 1 second, please. One second. Just need to take care of something very briefly. Okay. Got that afterwards. So Ruvain has sex with Bilhah. Who is Bilhah? Bilhah is the. I'm sorry. Just give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so who is Bilhah? Bilhah is, remember, each of Jacob's wives had handmaidens, maidservants, and Bilhah is the maidservant of Leah. Okay, so basically, and Bilhah is also therefore the father, not the father, the mother of two of Jacob's children, because remember, each of the concubines had two children with Jacob. So let's just look up Bilhah for a second. Bilhah, wife of Jacob. Okay, so I'm sorry. Bilhah is Rachel's. Here. Okay, I'm sorry. Zilpah is Leah's maidservant, and Bilhah is Rachel's maidservant. And she gives birth to Dan and Naphtali. Okay? So she's the mother of Dan and Naphtali. She is Rachel's maidservant, who's given to Jacob by Rachel because Rachel was unable to produce her own children. So both of the wives, both Leah and Rachel, gave their concubines to Jacob so that they can have sons it's as if they're their sons, meaning Rachel and Leah's sons, having them through their concubines. Okay, so Ruvain has sex with. Okay, so let's see. Ruvain is the son of Leah. Bilhah is the concubine of Rachel. So it's not his own mother's concubine, it's his mother's sister's wife's concubine, and he has sex with her. And that's a no-no, right? Vayishma Yisrael, Wahi b'nei Yaakov, Shnei Meser. And that's it. That's all we find out about this incident. Okay? That's it. It's a one sentence statement in the Torah. Okay? That Reuven goes and has sex with Bilhah, with Rachel's concubine, with Rachel's concubine. Okay. So this will come up again. It'll come up again in the end of Genesis. Why did the screen just magically change color? Whatever. It will come up again in the end of Genesis when Jacob blesses gives the blessings to each of his 12 children, and he tells Reuven, he says, "You are my firstborn and the beginning of my strength, but you are unreliable like water. You're as wishy-washy as water, and so therefore you will not get. Basically, you're going to be thrown off your throne as firstborn." When we get to that in the end of Genesis, we'll see that the actual firstborn, and I've mentioned this many times, the actual privilege of being the firstborn ends up going to Joseph, because Reuven is thrown off his perch. After that, we have Shimon and Levi. Shimon and Levi are also basically thrown off their perch. They were the second and third born of Jacob. They're thrown off their perch as well. And the reason that they're given is the incident in Shechem. So that leaves the fourth born of Jacob, and that's Judah, Yehuda, and he is basically given kind of the status of firstborn. He is definitely the leader among the children of Rivka, but the real status of firstborn goes to Joseph. Joseph, we'll see in Genesis chapter, I think it's 49, if I'm not mistaken. Joseph is given the longest, most elaborate blessing, and Joseph also was the firstborn. I always point out Joseph was not the firstborn of Jacob per se, but he was the firstborn of Rachel. So if Jacob hadn't been basically tricked into taking Leah as a wife whom he didn't want, and if he hadn't been forced by his two wives to take the concubines, then Joseph would have been the firstborn. And so in a sense, he kind of is Jacob's real firstborn, because he's the firstborn of his beloved wife, the only wife he really wanted, who was Rachel. And we also see more proof that Joseph is considered, Joseph is considered the firstborn, is that he's, like a firstborn son, is given the double portion. I've said this many times. What's the double portion? He is split into two tribes. He's split into the tribes. Sometimes they're called the half tribe, but nonetheless, they are full-fledged tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh. So the firstborn gets the double portion. Joseph essentially gets the double portion. He becomes two tribes instead of one tribe. So all of this points to the fact, once again, that Joseph is really the true firstborn, is really given the privilege of the firstborn. Joseph was the firstborn of Jacob through his wife Rachel, the only wife that Rachel wanted. And we see that all of the other potential candidates for being firstborn, including the true firstborn of Jacob, who is Reuven, I guess you could say excuses are made or reasons are given that they are not able to take on or to accept, to really receive that status of firstborn. Okay. So then we have a kind of summary of all of Jacob's family at this point. So Jacob had 12 sons. And then we just go through the list of sons. Bnei Leah b'chor Yaakov. Okay. So the sons of Leah, and it says b'chor Yaakov. It literally says the firstborn of Jacob, Reuven. Right after we're told that Reuven, the same Reuven, had gone up and he had sex with his mother's sister wife's concubine, Bilhah, with Rachel's concubine. But nonetheless, he still is officially the firstborn of Jacob, Reuven. Okay. Shimon, Levi, Yehuda. Yisachar, Uzvulun. Those are all the sons of Leah. The sons of Rachel, Yosef and Binyamin. The sons of Bilhah, so that's the concubine of Rachel, Shifchat Rachel, Dan and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, who is the concubine of Leah, Gad and Asher. Ele b'nei Yaakov asher yulad lo b'Padan Aram. So these are the sons of Jacob who were born to him in Padan Aram. Is that a true statement? Were all of these sons born in Padan Aram? No, that is not a true statement. I don't want to say it's not a true statement. I'll explain what it means in a second. Okay. So Binyamin was not born in Padan Aram. We just saw that Binyamin was born on the way to Ephrat, which is near Bethlehem. And Benjamin was born as Rachel was dying. She named him Ben-Oni, the son of my suffering. But Yaakov called him Binyamin, the son of my right hand. Okay, so Binyamin was not born in Padan Aram, but it says these are the 12 sons. It says these are the sons of Jacob who were born to him in Padan Aram. So what's the story here? Well, if you look at some of the rabbinical commentaries, and maybe we could do that and have some fun, you'll get all kinds of explanations. But really, the explanation is this, okay? The explanation is that the way ancient Hebrew works, the way that the Torah works, is that, and this is really an important lesson for understanding the Torah. It doesn't, how can I put this in? I'm sure there's a technical term for it if I were to dig it up, but the Torah doesn't always make what I would call scientifically accurate statements. Okay, it makes statements that are overall correct, and anything that is not correct within the statement, it's just assumed that it's meant to be an exception to the rule, and that's exactly what's going on here. So yes, it does say these are the sons of Jacob that were born to him in Padan Aram. Padan Aram is where Lavan was, and only 11 of them were born in Padan Aram. Binyamin was not born in Padan Aram. He was born on the way to Ephrat near Bethlehem in the land of Israel, in the land of Canaan. But really what the statement means is these are the sons of Israel who most of them were born to him in Padan Aram, or these were the sons of Israel who were born to him while he was in Padan Aram and then coming back from Padan Aram, or these are the sons of Israel who the process of which the giving birth process of which started and was almost concluded while he was in Padan Aram. Okay, you could interpret this verse in any of those three ways and probably more, but you get the general idea. The Torah doesn't make in Western thought or in Western languages such as English, we expect words to be accurate as almost as if they're scientific statements. Okay, in ancient Hebrew, and really in the Torah conception, that same rule, that same restriction doesn't really apply. Statements which can be made, which are not really meant to be 100% scientifically accurate, they're meant to convey a general idea, or they're meant to say that this is generally correct. There may be a couple of exceptions here and there, but this is the general idea, or that the process, represents how the process started, but not necessarily how the process ended, and other like things. Okay, so this is a very foreign way of using language, a very foreign way of thinking to the Western mind, but we see this many, many times in the Torah. I'll give you another example. It says, the Torah tells us that we're supposed to wipe out every single inhabitant of Canaan when we come into the land. Yet one of the first things that Joshua does when he comes into the land is he spares the lives of Rahav, the prostitute who lived in the walls of the city of Jericho, and her entire family. Okay, so wiping out all of the inhabitants of Canaan doesn't really literally mean wipe out every single inhabitant of Canaan. It means you should wipe them out, but there may be exceptions here and there. There may be reasons for not wiping them out. We of course have the story in the book of Joshua of the Gibeonites, where Joshua makes a literal oath to them that he's going to accept them because they pretend that they're coming from far away, that they're not they're not from the land of Canaan, and then he has to stick to that oath. So there are exceptions. And I think this is a general rule for the Torah, which I always like to say is that the commandments mean you should do this commandment unless there's a legitimate or a very good reason not to do the commandment. So what would be an example? Keep the Shabbat unless you see, I don't know, your cat just got run over by a car, God forbid, and you need to take the cat to the veterinary hospital. Okay, and I'm not even talking about a human being. The rabbis would say you can't do that. The rabbis would say that you only do that. You can only violate the Shabbat to save another human being, and in fact, they actually say you can only violate the Shabbat to save the life of another Jew. Okay, so let's say you have, I don't know, someone living in your house who's a dear friend who's staying over for the Shabbat, and that person has a heart attack. Then technically speaking, according to the rabbis, you're not even allowed to make a phone call to call an ambulance to save the person's life. But they relent and they say, well, you have to do it because if you just let the goy the non-Jew die on your floor, on your living room floor, then that's not going to create good relations with the neighbors when we're living in the diaspora. But if that weren't the case, then technically speaking, even for a non-Jew, you're not even allowed to violate the Shabbat to save that person's life. Okay, so this is the insanity, the sickness of the rabbis, and I say none of that makes sense. All of the mitzvot, all of the commandments really have an underlying second clause, which is do this unless there's a really good reason not to. So I would say, I wouldn't even say 100% certainty, okay? I give the example of your cat just got run over by a car in Shabbat. We're not even talking about saving a human life. We're talking about saving an animal's life, and you know that you have to violate the Shabbat. What does violate the Shabbat mean? It doesn't mean make a phone call because electricity is able to be used on the Shabbat. Let's say it means, putting the cat in your car, driving 2.5 hours, waiting on a line at the veterinary hospital for another hour and a half, and blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. Should you do that on Shabbat? Absolutely. There is a good reason in that case to be violating the Shabbat. And I think that ultimately Yahweh is the judge, okay, of everything that goes on. And he's not stupid. He's not callous. He's not lacking feeling. He knows. He reads our hearts and he reads our minds, or he reads Lev Klayot, it says in the ancient times. He reads our hearts and he reads our how do you say Klayot again in English? Our kidneys, and he knows the reasons that we do things, and he's the ultimate judge. Okay, so that's kind of how the Torah works. Everything is not meant to be a scientifically accurate statement. It's meant to get a point across, but there are exceptions to every rule. And in ancient biblical thought, in Torah thought, in the ancient Hebrew language, that's always expressed in the language. That yes, it basically means this is kind of the rule, but maybe there's a reason not to follow the rule. Or yes, all of the sons of Jacob were born in Padan. These are all the sons of Jacob who were born to him in Padan Aram, but it doesn't really mean all the sons of Jacob that were born to him in Padan Aram. It means, basically almost all of them, most of them. Okay. Yeah, there's an exception here and there, such as Benjamin, who was born in the land of Israel, but the statement still is not a false statement. Okay. If we really want to have some fun, let's look up Rashi. Now you'll see how twisted the rabbinical mind is. Actually, I don't even know what Rashi says about this, if anything. Well, let's have some fun and look it up. So this is Genesis 35, 35:26. So we've got to go to, how does this work again? We go to Tanach. We go to Rash. As I always like to say, when many years ago, when I used to use the old word processor, Microsoft Word in the old days, it would autocorrect the spelling of Rashi. Whenever I'd write the word Rashi, it would correct it to Rash. So I was called him Rash. And I always like to say that he's the rabbis hold him up as the greatest Torah commentator ever. He's their gold standard, or their platinum standard of it's interesting. Interactive visualizations. Okay. I'll check that out later. At any rate, it just goes to show Rashi is one of the worst Torah commentators ever. I call him Rash, and I always say he's the absolute worst Torah commentator. Some of his stuff is just complete gibberish. It's absolute nonsense. Okay, for kicks and giggles, let's see what he says here. We're at Genesis 35:26. Genesis 35. He may say nothing. I have no idea what he says. But I'm guessing he's going to make some comment about how it says all the sons were born in Padan Aram. And if we're lucky, he's going to give some kind of stupid, midrashic explanation. But 35, where was it again? 35:26. 35, no, he doesn't have anything on it, I don't think. We go here and see. Chod Yaakov. By the way, sometimes this is something worth listening to, but not often. Shema Mishor, Kiryat Arba. No, he has nothing to say about it. All right, let's look at a much better commentator named the Ibn Ezra, who we've explored before. I'm trying to find out what the heck this is. Tanach and Talmud. Connections between the Tanakh. Oh my lordy. Jeez. Wow. Well, what the heck are you going to do with all those lines? Okay. I don't know. Let me click on a line. Jesus, no one's going to be able to use that. It's too confusing. Oh my lordy. Okay. Jeremiah 3:1, Sanhedrin 56. Oh my lordy. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, let's go back. So we're going to go to the Ibn Ezra. See if he has anything to say about it. Now, Ibn Ezra is amazing. He's a great commentator. He really is a shot commentator for the most part. Yes, he's rabbinical, and he will uphold the rabbinical party line often, but he is an excellent, excellent commentator. So 35:26. And he does have something to say about it. Huh, he's amazing. Bingo. Just what we were saying. Asher yulad lo padan aram. And let me just highlight the Hebrew there. Ashtei asar nodulo sham. 11 were born to him there. Ki Binyamin nolad be'eretz Canaan, because Benjamin was born in the land of Canaan. Ve'akatuv katav al harov. But the text is writing about the majority. Rabim ere lecha od kamohu. And I will show you many verses, many similar verses. In other words, here it says, I will in the future point out many similar cases. So there are many other places where the Torah does the same thing. Let's see if there are any. CF Ibn Ezra's commentaries on Genesis 47:27. Let's look at that for a second. So we can look at 47:27. So Ibn Ezra hits it as usual, hits the nail right on the head. He said exactly what we were saying, that it's speaking about the majority. And that's just the way that biblical Hebrew works. That's just the way that Torah thought works. Okay? Everything doesn't mean everything. All the sons doesn't mean all the sons. It means, yeah, basically all the sons. But there might be an exception here and there. Okay? Kill all of the Canaanites. Yeah, basically. But, maybe here and there, there's a reason to spare a couple. That's the way Torah thought works. Let's look very quickly at Genesis 47:27. Yeah, he's amazing, Ibn Ezra. And he's very Karaite leaning. He mentions the Karaite Yefet ben Eli a bunch of times, who he sometimes agrees with and sometimes disagrees with. They were contemporaries. So 47, where do you say? 47:27. So let's go to 47:27 for a second. 47:27. I don't see the connection. I don't know. All right. We'll forget it. Okay. Anywho, oops. Okay, I got to plug in. And I got to get back my Ibn Ezra here. There we go. All right. So I think this is a good time to take a quick break because I have to plug in and I need a breather. So before I do, Rashi, don't comment on the topic. That's for sure. Rashi's a lunatic. Okay. Any questions, any comments before we take a quick 10 to 15 minute break? I'll go get my leftover coffee. So I'm very into coffee. And when I say very into coffee, I'm like I guess they would call it like a coffee geek or a coffee nerd kind of thing. Like I'm very into these like small batch coffees that I buy. I have a supplier not far away, and then I have all of these different techniques or all of these different preparation methods whereby I make the coffee. So I have about maybe 6 or 7 different preparation methods, such as French press, the Hario V60, the AeroPress, and a whole bunch of other types. And so I'm very into my coffee. That's like my pleasure in life. And so I always leave a little bit of leftover coffee, and then I'll add a little bit of ice to it, and I have a little bit of iced coffee, because honestly, that if you have any good leftover coffee, instead of throwing it out, don't warm it up again. It'll just become bitter and it'll taste really weird. There is one of the leading coffee experts named James Hoffman. If you've heard of him, you can find his stuff on YouTube. He does say that the best way to warm up coffee that's already cooled off is in a microwave, believe it or not. Why am I hiding today? I don't know what that means. However, I don't even think that. I think that makes it taste strange. So I just take any leftover. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. I don't have the. There we go. That's what you mean, don't you? Okay. So I just pressed the wrong button. So so I will not heat up old coffee because it tastes disgusting. Now I'm on the screen. Thank you, Yoshi Ben. So I'll just take any leftover coffee. I don't want to throw it out if it's very good quality coffee. And I'll just add a little bit of ice to it and have iced coffee. That's really the best way to enjoy it. At any rate, neither here nor there. We're going to take a break. So I'm going to go back off the screen. I'm going to put a little bit of music back on. And we will reconvene in about 10 or so minutes, 10-ish minutes. Okay, so let me put up the proper banners here. Okay, so this goes up. Resume. Good. That works.
בימים עלומים של פרעות ודמים בלילות השמונים של ייאוש. בערים בכפרים את דגלינו נרים ועליו הגנה וחירות. יעשנו השור כהמון עבדים ולשתות במחאה לדבר. ברצוננו להיות לעולם נבונים, חלומנו למות בארצנו. בימים אדומים של פרעות ודמים בלילות השחורים של ייאוש. ולכם בכפרים ואת דגלנו נרים ועליו הגנה וחירות. והעמק לא לנו, לא קציר, לא קטיף, לא בייה, אלוהים ליעקב בחרתנו, ותבחר ותפעיל את עליין, ותבחר אלוהים ליעקב בחרתנו, ותבחר ותפעיל את עליין. כאן חיים כאן המלך, ולבקר כל ארצנו תמיד, נומלאלת ברחובות תפארת, יתנשא גם עליך נבלי. נומלאלת ברחובות תפארת, יתנשא גם עליך נבלי. כי אנחנו שדך נתן, מהכל גדול, אלוהים לשלטון בחרתנו, על לבן וכחול ואדום, אלוהים לשלטון בחרתנו, על לבן וכחול ואדום. כעמוד שבתווך לגשר, אף כחוט השדרה לאנוש, כעציר והקשר, הוא הירדן הקדוש, לעציר כעציר והקשר, הוא הירדן הקדוש. שתי גדות לירדן, זו שלנו כן, שתי גדות לירדן, ירדן שלנו זו גם כן. אם ארצי דללה וגדולה, היא שלי מרשעת קיצה, מסתרת מים ישמונה, וירדן הירדן באמצע. מסתרת מים ישמונה, וירדן הירדן באמצע. שתי גדות לירדן, זו שלנו כן, שתי גדות לירדן, שלנו זו גם כן. שם ירווה לו משפע ואושר, בקרב בין נצרת ובני, כי דגלי דגל טוהר ויושר, יטהר שתי גדות ירדני, כי דגלי דגל טוהר ויושר, יטהר שתי גדות ירדני. שתי גדות לירדן, זו שלנו כן, שתי גדות לירדן, ירדן שלנו זו גם כן. שתי ידיים לך הקדשתי מולך, שתי ידיים למגע לקום מגן, אף תשכח ימיני הבוגדת, אם אשכח את שמאל הירדן, אף תשכח ימיני הבוגדת, אם אשכח את שמאל הירדן. שתי גדות לירדן, זר שלנו זו שזר מוכר, שתי גדות לירדן, ירדן שלנו זו גם כן.
עוד יש מפרש לבן באופק מול ענן שחור כבד, כל שנבקש לו יהי. ואם בחלונות הערב אור נרות החג רועד, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. אם המבשר עומד בדלת, תן מילה טובה בפיו, כל שנבקש לו יהי. אם נפשך למות שואלת, מפריחה ומאסיף, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. מה כל ענות אני שומע, כל שופר וכל תופים, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לא תשמע בתוך כל אלה גם תפילה אחת מפי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. לו יהי, לו יהי, אנא לו יהי, כל שנבקש לו יהי. בתוך שכונה קטנה מוצלת בית קטן
Oh, shoot. I forgot to turn on the sound. I do that sometimes. Okay, now here's the sound. Okay, so as I was saying, I'll repeat. I'm just enjoying the last of my iced coffee here. And actually, I had spices left over last night. Made some mulled wine. So what's mulled wine? Mulled wine is basically you take spices and you heat them up, and then you add some wine and some sweetener, and you heat that all up, and you get this mulled wine. It's basically like spiced. Hello, what's going on? Why am I not moving? Hello, hello. What is going on here? I don't even know if you guys can hear me. Can you guys hear me? What is going on here? Oh no, it did its usual thing. Uh-oh, I think it froze again. I just have to wait. Damn it. Why does it do this? Oh, it froze. Damn it. There we go. The beach ball. I just have to wait. There's nothing I can do. I don't know why it does this every week now, at least once. Weirdest thing. Okay, we just have to wait. Technical problems. Okay, there's absolutely nothing I can do. I don't know if you guys hear me or not. Just have to wait. Usually takes a couple of minutes. I think we're back. Are we back? Yes, we're back. Okay. Okay. I think I'm back now. I think the technical problem, again, it did that weird beach ball thingy with the spinning beach ball. Can you guys hear me? Let me do a sound check. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. All righty. All right. So let's continue. I was in the middle of saying something twice. I give up at this point. Okay. So we're almost at the end of 35. Verse 27. Vayavo Yitzchak Aviu Mamrei Kiryat Ha'arba Hi Hebron Asher Gar Sham Avraham Yitzchak. So now Jacob comes back to Hebron, to Kiryat Arba. That's where Isaac was dwelling. Let's check that out. Where was Isaac dwelling? We had Isaac last in Beersheba. That's the last recorded place we have for Isaac, unless we skipped something. No, because we know that Yaakov leaves Beersheba. And that's when he goes to Bethel, where he has the dream with the ascending and descending, with the angels ascending and descending on the ladder, Jacob's ladder dream. So, but that's where Isaac was. That was 20 years earlier. So apparently Isaac has moved in the meantime. He's no longer in Bethel, which is near Jerusalem. He's moved a bit south, which makes sense. Okay, so already, so when Yaakov comes to here, I should add also that Rachel dies in on the way to Efrat. I'll add that in a second. But Migdal Eder, so this is near, was this near Bethel? I guess this was near Bethel. So that's still north of Jerusalem, but then Efrat is south of Jerusalem. So he's on his way. It's near Bethlehem. So he's on his way south of Jerusalem back towards Hebron. Okay. So apparently his father, Yitzchak, has moved in the meantime from Beersheba to Hebron. We've seen Hebron before. Okay. It says that Sarah died in Hebron, although it may just mean that she was buried there. Okay. But that's where Isaac seems to be living now. His father, who's still alive after 20 years. Okay, so let's go back to this. So, all right, let me just mark down that Benjamin is born. Okay, so Ephrata, where does it mention Beit Lechem? Okay. Derech Ephrata, he Beit Lechem. Okay. So let's add that in there. That is Genesis 35:19. Oh, wait a second. So that's before Migdal Eder. Okay, no problem. Just do this. So Genesis 35:19. This is Jacob. This is Ephrat. I'll just put it as Ephrat. Not Ephart. Ephrat. Try that again. On the way to Ephrat. Beit Bethlehem. Okay. Does he build an altar there? No, he doesn't build an altar there. I does. It said Yaakov Matzeva al Kfurata. So kind of he builds an altar. So that gets a Y with a star. He builds. So Rachel gives birth to Ben Oni, Binyamin, and dies here. Yaakov builds or erects a standing stone to commemorate the site of her, to commemorate her burial site. Okay. Then Migdal Eder. Okay, so that's 35:21. And then, okay, so V'yavo Yaakov el Yitzchak Aviv Mamre Kiryat Arba I Hebron. So we know these are all basically the same place. There was Alon Mamre, Kiryat Arba, Hebron. So we'll just put it as, okay, if this can all squeeze in there, we might as well. Okay. Good. This is Genesis 35:27. And I'll just put Mamre, Kiryat Arba, Hebron. Okay. Isaac. Okay. So, Asher gar sham Avraham Yitzchak. So where Abraham and Isaac dwelled. Well, that's weird. Did Abraham ever dwell there? We have all the journeys of Abraham. Let's see. I guess for a little while he did dwell there. Okay. Yes. And Isaac, was he in Kiryat Arba? Sarah was there. And I guess he's there now. So, okay. So we'll put it like this. Yitzhak Yaakov. Yitzhak and Yaakov. Okay. So Isaac, when Isaac was last in Beersheba, so apparently Beersheba 20 years earlier, 20 years earlier. So apparently he has since, or he has moved here in the interim. This is where Yaakov reunites with him, and then Isaac dies. Okay. So that's what we have here. Shergasham Avram v'Yitzchak Wayihu. So Wayavo Yaakov El Yitzchak Aviu. So it's explicitly, Torah tells us that Yaakov came back to Isaac, his father. So he did see his father after these 20 years. It doesn't mention anything about Rivka. I guess we could figure out maybe from the ages. I don't know. I'm not going to do that right now. Maybe Rivka already died. I'm not sure. We'll have to see in the subsequent chapters. But here it explicitly says he reunited with his father Isaac, who he hasn't seen in over 20 years. Okay, in Kiryat Arba, in Hebron. Okay, and then Isaac soon after dies. We don't know how long after, but he soon after dies. Again, we could probably figure it out from ages and stuff like that, but I'm not going to do that. You can find online like all of these timelines where they've worked out all of the numbers. And Isaac dies sometime afterwards. Okay. Just checking to make sure everything looks good here. Oh, shoot. I don't even have the thing on. Damn it. I didn't share the screen correctly. You guys got to tell me. Torah. Share. Now we're good. Now. That's good. I need an engineer. I need to have an engineer at my side when I'm doing this. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Let me just do another sound check just to make sure you guys can all hear me. Yes? Sound check? It should be good. Somebody let me know that you can hear me. Great refugees. Hello? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Somebody give me a yes, or somebody let me know you can hear me. Hello? Oh, I'll assume yes. It looks like everything's okay. Okay, so all right, let me just make sure it's all set up. Loud and clear. Okay, good. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so we were marking down that this is where Isaac and Jacob reunited after 20 plus years. Jacob fled his mother and father's house because Esau, his brother, his twin, wanted to kill him. And now he's returning 20 years later, and this is the first time he's seen his father in at least 20 years. Okay? So that's where we are. And then Isaac dies. Yosef al-Amau, he was gathered to his people. Zaken usva yamim, old and satisfied in his days, or full of days, they usually translated as. And Esav and Yaakov buried him. Okay. So Esav and Yaakov do see each other again. I think I mentioned in last week's parsha, or I questioned when they separated, that was the last time they ever saw each other, but no, that's not the case. We see that both Esav and Yaakov bury their father. Of course, he's already in Hebron. That's the family burial place, the cave of Machpelah. Is it possible that Isaac went there knowing that he's soon going to die and that he wanted to be in the place where he's going to be buried right before his death, right? Maybe he didn't want his body carried through the desert, or maybe he just knew it was his time coming soon. I mean, already 20 years earlier, his eyes were dim, and it mentions explicitly, the Torah mentions explicitly that he wanted to bless his son Esau because he knew that his days to die were close. That was 20 years ago. So he survived another 20 years after that, but he'd moved in the meantime, in the interim, from Beersheba to Hebron. I wonder if Ibn Ezra picks up on this. We'll go with Ibn Ezra this week. He's an amazing, amazing commentator. 35:28. Nope, he doesn't have anything on that, I don't think, unless he does it in 29. Wait a second. Right, so I was going to mention this, that we also saw, and here Ibn Ezra, or not Ibn Ezra, but this explanation, this English translation of Ibn Ezra brings the place, Genesis 25:9. We saw explicitly that Isaac and Ishmael, it said, buried their father, Abraham, and now Esau and Jacob bury their father, Isaac. And this, Ibn Ezra always makes a great point. When Isaac died, let's read the Hebrew, כאשר יצחק ונאסף אל עמיו, קברו אותו עשו ויעקב כאשר נודו למעלה, אמר יצחק וישמעאל בעבור היות ישמעאל בן השפחה. So basically what this is saying is, well, as it says here in the English, but basically the point that the Ibn Ezra is trying to make, and it's an excellent point, is that it's listed here. Why doesn't it say Jacob and Esau buried their father Isaac? It says Esau and Jacob, and the Ibn Ezra is saying because it goes according to the order of birth. We see this all the time throughout the Torah, that when children are listed, they go according to the order of birth. So Esau, even though Yaakov is the good one and is the main one in the story, it lists Esau before Yaakov because Esau is the firstborn and Yaakov was the secondborn. But then Ibn Ezra goes on to say that in Genesis 25:9, it says that Isaac and Ishmael buried their father Abraham. So why doesn't it say Ishmael and Isaac? Ishmael is the firstborn, Isaac is the secondborn. Well, Ibn Ezra points out, it's because Ishmael was the firstborn, but he wasn't of a wife, he was of a concubine. So he has a secondary status. So that's why Ishmael is mentioned before, that's why Isaac is mentioned before Ishmael in Genesis 25:29. Excellent, excellent, and in my opinion, correct analysis. Again, Ibn Ezra is a great commentator. If the rabbis were to replace their love for Rashi with their love for Ibn Ezra, I mean, they do like Ibn Ezra. He's considered an important commentator, but not to the degree of Rashi. But again, it just shows it's like almost a cult. It's like a Rashi cult. And Rashi is just an absolutely horrible Torah commentator. He's a rash, not a Rashi. Okay, so that's that. Okay, so that's the end of Isaac. Isaac gone. I shouldn't say it in a disrespectful way. Isaac reached his full days and died and was gathered to his people. Now we're going to skip over this chapter because it's not part of our Parsha. And we're going to go to this week's Parsha. And I'll go on for about another maybe 45 minutes, an hour. And now we get to the story of Joseph. And this is actually really the beginning of our Parsha. Obviously, we're not going to get through it. We've got to do 37, 38, 39, and 40. Part of 40, that's 4 chapters. So I guess we'll try to go through it quickly and see what we can get. Any questions, comments so far? Anybody? Okay, so let's go on. We are now in Genesis chapter 37. And let's stick with the Ibn Ezra. Let's go through some of his comments. He's just such a great commentator. I learned so much from him. He's amazing. Okay. So, Yaakov be'eretz migurei aviv be'eretz Canaan. So Jacob dwelt in the residency or the place where his father resided in the land of Canaan. So that clearly is referring to Hebron, right? And I bet Ibn Ezra is gonna. The Bible tells us that the chiefs of Esau dwelt on the mountain of Seir, but that Jacob dwelt in the chosen land. That's a previous chapter that we skipped. That Esau is given the mountain of Seir. Where the mountain country of Seir, the hill country of Seir. That's basically to the east or the southeast of the Red Sea. What later became the kingdom of Idumea. Okay. Verse 2. Guess we can add this. I don't think it's necessary. Okay, verse 2. So these are the generations of, this is the genealogy of Jacob, or the descendants of Jacob. So now, usually when we see something like this, when we see a kind of begat paragraph, it usually means we're switching over to a new generation, or we're focusing on a new person. And that is usually begun by giving that person's by that person's lineage being given, even though we know that Joseph is the son of Jacob. Nonetheless, it's a way of kind of officially getting into this new person story. So this ends, for the most part, the focus on Jacob, although of course Jacob is still around, but now the focus switches over from Jacob to Joseph in Genesis 37, and the rest of Genesis 37 through Genesis 50, the focus is really on Joseph. Joseph, secondarily Jacob, and of course secondarily the rest of the brothers, all of who by the end of the book of Genesis will end up in Egypt. And the whole focus of that is Joseph. Okay, Joseph is sent ahead by God to Egypt to prepare the way for the entire family to end up in Egypt, as we all know. Okay. Okay. So Ibn Ezra says the meaning of these are the generations of Jacob. These are the events which befell him and the incidents which came upon him. Toldot comes from the same root as Yeled, right? And what day may bring forth. Okay, that's a very good point. But again, I don't want to get bogged down in some of his comments. Okay, Ele Toldot Yaakov, Yosef ben 17 shana, היה רואה את אחיו בצאן, והוא נער את בני בלחה, והוא נער את בני בלחה ואת בני זלפה נשי אביו. Okay, so verse 2. Let's read the whole thing. So these are the generations of Jacob, and now the focus switches over, as we said, to Joseph. Joseph was 17 years old. היה רואה את אחיו בצאן, so he was shepherding with his brothers the flocks. והוא נער, and he was just a boy. את בני בלחה ואת בני זלפה נשי אביו. I'm just trying to parse this here. שנה והיה רואה את אחיו בצאן, והוא נער את בני בלחה בני. Okay, so he was, I think what it's saying, one second here. היה רואה את אחיו בצאן, בני בלחה ואת. Okay, I guess he was shepherding with his brothers the flock. But then et. So this is the object. I'm curious to see how. Let's see how Robert Alter deals with this one. Genesis 37:2. Oh, why is it sticky like that? Okay. So he translates it as, this is the lineage of Jacob. Joseph, 17 years old, was tending the flock with his brothers, assisting the sons of Bilhan, the sons of Zilpah, the wives of his father. I see. This is treating this as a verb. Okay. Huna'ar. Interesting. Okay. 1 second here. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Just 1 second here for my own edification. And I'm sure that Robert Alter is going to say something about this. So this is 412. Oh God, why does it move so damn slow? So tired of this. Okay. Yeah. All right. So assisting, the literal meaning of the Hebrew is he was a lad with the sons of Bilhah, but the Hebrew for lad na'ar has a secondary meaning. Clearly salient here of assistant or subaltern. The adolescent Joseph was working as a kind of apprentice shepherd with his older brothers. Okay. Okay. That was really more for my own edification than anything. I'm not going to get bogged down in it. So Joseph brought a bad report back to his father about them. So he's with, now just keep in mind, he's not with all the brothers. He's with the sons of the concubines. Those are the 4 sons. Okay, the 2 sons of Bilhan, the 2 sons of Zilpah. Second. Oh God, why is this not moving correctly? Fudge. Really annoying. 1 second. Okay, good enough. Verse 3. וישראל אהב את יוסף מכל בניו כי בן זקונים הוא לו ועשה לו כתונת פסים, and Israel loved Joseph more than all of his children, or the most of all of his, among all of his children, because he was the son of his old age. He gave birth to him while he was older, an older man, who lo ועשה לו כתונת פסים, and he made him, this is usually translated as a striped tunic. Sometimes it's a multicolored tunic, but the fact of the matter is, as many commentators will point out, nobody really knows what the word pasim means. In modern Hebrew, a pas is a line or a stripe or a strip. So, for instance, if you want to talk about the railroad tracks, you would say pasei harakevet, the railroad stripes or the railroad strips. And let's see what Robert Alter has to say about this. So I've heard different interpretations of this word. The most common one I've heard is a striped coat. I don't think there's any evidence for being a multicolored garment. I'm not sure where that interpretation came from. I heard another interpretation of being a long-sleeved coat or a long-sleeved garment. Let's see what Ibn Ezra says about it, out of curiosity. Pasim kemo pas. So okay. So he's relating it to the Aramaic word pas, as in part of a band. Pas yada. I don't know what yada is in Aramaic, but these are words in Aramaic. And so he's relating it to that. But this translation of many colors is not what Ibn Ezra's translation is. This is just the English translation of the Ibn Ezra. So he's not really saying many colors. He's just saying that whatever pas yada is, we'd have to go look it up. So here it says Ketonet Pasim means an embroidered coat. All right, let's go to Robert Alter. I think we're going to get something a little bit more clear there. Okay, so he translates it as an ornamented tunic. The only clue about the nature of the garment is offered by the one other mention of it in the Bible, in the story of the rape of Tamar, in which, incidentally, there was a whole network of pointed allusions to the Joseph story. There we are told that the Ketonet Pasim was worn by virgin princesses. It is thus a unisex garment and a product of ancient haute couture, that means like high culture. E.A. Spicer cites a cuneiform text with an apparently cognate phrase that seems to indicate a tunic with applique, whatever the hell that means, ornamentation. Other scholars have pointed to a 14th century BCE Egyptian fresco showing captive Canaanite noblemen adorned with tunics made of longitudinal panels sewed together. So striped, right? Maybe stripes, each of which had different colors. As Robert Alter mentions, the Ketonet Pasim is mentioned again in 2 Samuel 13, and that's the story of Amnon and Tamar. That's when Amnon, the son of David, rapes his half sister, the full sister of Absalom, Tamar. Famous story. So that's what we got there. Okay. But it's not necessarily a multicolored coat. It's not a Technicolor dream coat. Okay. The most common explanation I've had is a striped coat. That's the most common one I've seen. Just check back in here. No, it's definitely not a Technicolor dream coat. Shabbat shalom, Olivia. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else Ibn Ezra has to say about this. Daru. Montiberlo. Dabro, Kamotaberlo. He's just making a grammatical point. So that's in verse 4. So it's 37:4. Okay, wait a second. Ketonet Pasim. So we're up to here. Okay. How ki oto ahav avihem mikol how wa isnu oto v'lo yichlu dabro leshalom. And so Ibn Ezra is saying dabro means daber lo yichlu lidaberlo or daberlo leshalom. So he's just saying it means they couldn't speak to him peacefully. They couldn't have a peaceful word with him. Okay, the other brothers, because the other brothers saw that Jacob had a favorite, and that favorite was Joseph. And it's sad, and it's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. And we see this throughout the Torah. We see this throughout the Tanakh, that there just are, parents do have their favorite children, and husbands have their favorite wives, and that's just the way it is. The Torah doesn't try to whitewash it and pretend that, I'm sure Jacob loved all his children, but he just felt a special connection with Joseph because he was the firstborn of Rachel, and with Benjamin because he was the second-born of Rachel. And there's just no denying it. The Torah doesn't try to deny it. We saw that Jacob also had a favored wife and an unfavored wife, literally called the loved wife and the hated wife. Although that's not really what it means. It means more like the favored wife and the unfavored wife, even though the words ahav, ahuvens, and snua are used. Or maybe the favored wife and the rejected wife maybe would be more like it. Didn't mean he literally couldn't stand her to look at her face. But, the way some couples are after 20 years of marriage, I can't even look at that person's face anymore. But clearly Jacob had his favorite. Isaac also had his favorite. Isaac's favorite was not Jacob. Isaac's favorite was Esau. Okay. And Jacob had his favorite wife, that was Rachel. Isaac. Well, Isaac was the only one who didn't have any other wives. But Abraham had a concubine and had a wife, right? Sarah, and had a second wife afterwards named Keturah. And clearly Abraham's favorite wife was the love of his life, and that was Sarah. And that's just the way it is. There's no sense in the Torah of, I think, what they call today equity, right? Trying to make everybody exactly equal. There's inequality or there's inequity in the world, and that's just the way it is, you know? That's just the way it is. And I think if you look in a lot of families, you'll see that parents do have each parent has their favorite child. Even though they love all their children, there often is a favorite child, or one that is just, like has some kind of special connection with one of the parents. And the Torah never ever tries to whitewash that. It accepts that as part of. Yeah, right. It's definitely not a modern phenomenon. So the Torah never tries to whitewash that. Okay. Verse 7. See if Ibn Ezra has anything to say about that. Okay. והנה אנחנו מעלמים עלומים בתוך השדה. I'm sorry, I skipped one. Oh, I skipped a couple of verses. 1 second. What do we do? Okay. Verse 5. That's what we're up to. So, why Yahalom Yosef Halom? Why Yagel Le'echau? Why Yosifu Od Snoto? So Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it to his brothers, and they hated him, and it made them hate him even more. And I think I should go into express mode, because otherwise we're not going to get very far. So that's what I'm going to do. We'll skip the commentaries for now, and I'm just going to move ahead and give my own kind of commentary. And he said, hey, listen to this dream that I dreamed. Now remember, Yosef is only 17 years old. Okay, it's not that he's it's not that he's a bad guy or anything, right? He's just a kid. He doesn't know tact yet. He doesn't know maybe that in this case he should not tell his dream to his brothers. Okay, he doesn't understand the consequences of his words at this point in time. So okay, verse 7. והנה אנחנו מעלמים עלומים בתוך השדה, והנה קמה אלומתי וגם ניצבה, והנה תסובנה אלומותיכם ותשתחוונה לאלומתי. So we were literally gathering sheaves. Okay, what is a sheaf? A sheaf is a bundle. Let's look it up. Picture's worth 1,000 words. So that is a sheaf, okay? It's a bundle of grain stalks, let's say wheat stalks, that is usually tied together with one of those wheat stalks. That's a sheaf. In Hebrew, it's an aluma. We have the famous psalm. Maybe we should even find it for a second. If I can find it. There it is. So Psalm 126, which is often sung at the end of Birkat Hamazon in the rabbinical liturgy, right? Shira malon b'shuv Adonai et shivat Zion hayinu kichon min. So it's talking about sadness, okay? It's a beautiful, let me translate the whole thing. Shira malot b'shuv Adonai b'shuv Yahweh et shivat Zion hayinu kecholmim. When Yahweh returns the prisoners of Zion, the captured ones of Zion, we will be like dreamers. So what is this talking about? This is talking about the return from the exile. Okay, this psalm is clearly written after the Babylonian exile, and it's talking about the day when someday God will return the exiles back to the land of Israel. Okay, azimale tzopinu ulishonenu rina. Then our mouths will be filled with laughter, and our tongues will be filled with rejoicing. Az yomru ba'goyim higdil Adonai la'asot imela. Then they will say among the goyim, among the nations, the other nations, Yahweh higdil la'asot imela. Higdil Yahweh la'asot imela. God has done great things for these people. Okay? Verse 3. Higdil Adonai la'asot imanu ha'inu semechim. And Yahweh has indeed done great things for us. Maybe the point of view of this psalm is after they've already returned from the exile. Okay, hayinu smechim. Okay, or when, I think it means higdil Yahweh la'asot imanu hayinu smechim. And when God does do these great things for us, we will be happy. Shuva Adonai et shivitenu ka'afikim b'hanegev. So return Yahweh, our captured ones, our exiled ones. Again, talking about the exiles to Babylon, afikim b'negev, like springs in the Negev. What is that reference to? Like springs in the Negev. Well, the Negev throughout the entire Tanakh is as it is today. It's the desert. It's the dry place in the land of Israel. So afikim b'negev. So an afik is a spring, an underground spring. Okay, so there are springs in the desert. Okay, and it's basically like saying this, when the springs come up out of the desert, it's like life among the death, or it's like a restoration of life among the dry places, among the death. And that's really what it's referring to, that it's going to be like, life springing up out of the dryness when we return to the land, right? The land will be revitalized by the returning people of Israel. And now we get Hazorim Bedima Berina Yiktzoru. Those who sow their seeds while crying, literally in tears, Berina Yiktzoru, will reap them in happiness. Okay, so that's referring to, so even though we, Israel, have been exiled by the Babylonians, okay, and this is referred to Zorim Bedima. Okay, we're sowing our seeds while crying. In other words, we don't see any happiness. We just see hard work. We don't see any fruits of our labor, right? We've been exiled and we don't see any light at the end of the tunnel, but nonetheless, barinai tsoru, okay? Those who sow their seeds while crying or in tears will reap the fruits, or literally will reap, or will gather, katsar, literally will, I guess it means reaped, will cut the ripe grains in happiness. Okay, so now the times seem bad, but in the future, okay, all we're doing is sowing seeds while crying, but in the future, we'll reap the fruit of those seeds, we'll reap the grains, and we'll be happy again while being happy. Okay? And finally, haloch yelech uvacho no. So those he who goes carrying the sack of seeds while crying, he who goes out carrying the sack of seeds on his shoulder, again, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, carrying the sack of seeds on his shoulders while crying, right? There's hard work, there's nothing, right? It's bad times. Okay, will return in happiness carrying his alumotav, his sheaves. Okay, so this is a psalm about exile and redemption. Okay, although the times seem bad now, we're going out with these heavy, figuratively speaking, with these heavy sacks of seeds on our shoulders, and we have to put them in the ground. Right? It's not a happy thing to do. It's hard work. It's hard labor. We don't see any fruits, any results of the fruits of our labor. Don't worry. Eventually, Israel will be redeemed. Will return to the land of Israel, and although it doesn't look like it now, will come back with these alumot, with these sheaves, the fruits of our labor and the seeds that have grown into full grains, and will come back and we will return carrying those on our shoulders in happiness. So it's a psalm all about the pain of exile and the happiness of eventual redemption. That's really what it's. Yeah, we should do that again, Olivia. Definitely. Okay. We should do that again. So that's an aluma. That's a sheaf. And bringing it back to our story here, that's what Joseph dreams in his dream. Okay. So literally, we're sheafing sheaves, but you can translate it as preparing sheaves or something like that. Let's see how Robert Alter translates that one. I would imagine he does something like preparing sheaves or tying sheaves, binding sheaves. So yeah, that's how he deals with it. Okay. So they were preparing the sheaves b'toch hasadeh, out in the field. V'hine kama alumati v'gam nitzava, and my sheaf rose up. Right, so the sheaves are often lying on the ground. Okay, here we go. That's a picture of a bunch of sheaves kind of lying on the ground or leaning against each other. So that's why this. Maybe this is even a better picture, right? We see the sheaves kind of leaning over or lying on the ground. So Joseph's sheaf in the dream arises, stands up straight, right? Erect. And v'gam nitzava, so it arose and stood erect. Let's see how Robert Alter translates that one. Okay. Arose and actually stood up. Okay. Let me close off Psalm 126. Wahine tisuvena alumotechem v'tishtachawena le'alumati, and your, he's speaking to his brothers now, your sheaves leaned over or bent down. Again, let me get a translation here. Okay, drew round. Okay, that makes sense. Tisuvena. So your sheaves gathered around me, and prostrated themselves, bowed down to my sheaf. Okay. So that's the dream. And 17-year-old Joseph is telling this dream to his brothers, and they already don't like the guy. They already don't like the guy because he's the favorite of his father. He's bringing bad reports back about them. And now he has this dream. And they say in verse 8, "V'yamru lo echau hamloch timloch aleinu im mashol timshol banu v'yosifu od sno'oto al halomotao v'al divarao." And they said, "Do you really think you're going to be the king over us? Do you really think you're going to rule over us?" And the Hebrew is beautiful. It's very hard to translate into the English, but there's repetition here. Hamaloch timloch aleinu im mashol timshol banu. So there's repetition in each one of these sub-phrases. So if I were to translate it more literally, it'd be something like, "Well, yumru lo," and they said to him, how his brothers said to him. Oh shoot! What did I just do? Oh, I opened that in a new window. Okay, oops. His brothers said to him, "Hamaloch timloch aleinu." Do you really think you're going to be the king? You're going to be king over us, and do you really think you're going to rule over us? But literally, it's will you king? It's impossible to translate into the English. It's repetition, which means emphasis, but there's a double element of repetition here. It says hamloch timloch, and then there's mashol timshol. So each phrase, so the phrase itself or the idea is repeated twice, and in each repetition of the idea, the word is repeated twice. So it's like super emphasis. Okay, so it's very hard to translate directly into the English, but the best I could do would be something like, "You really, really think you're going to be king over us? You really think you're going to rule over us?" I mean, there's like such emphasis here. Like they are pissed off, man. They are ready to kill this guy, which is indeed what they decide that they're going to do, at least some of them. Okay. And they hated him even more And after that, they hated him. Again, I'm paraphrasing. After that, they hated him even more because of his dreams and because of his words, right? So it was two things here. It was the dreams he had, and it was also above that he was giving bad reports back to his father about his brothers, or at least about the sons of the concubines. Okay, so this guy, 17 years old, he's the second to youngest in the whole brood, and now he's ruling over them. Okay, he's put in charge by his father over all of his older brothers. Benjamin is probably too young even to be out doing any of this stuff at this point, because Benjamin was born again later, once Jacob returned to Canaan. And now this guy Yosef, not only is he the favorite of his father, not only is he placed his boss over all of his older brothers, and that's a big no-no in non-Western societies. It's always the firstborn, the oldest, that reigns over, or that is put in charge, even today, that is put in charge of all the other siblings. But here, this is the second to youngest out of 12. This is 11th out of 12, and this guy's put in charge. He's given a special coat by his father, and now he's dreaming dreams of all of his brothers bowing down to him. So, I mean, if you really want to piss off people, this would be like a master class in how to piss people off. So Joseph is, he's checking all the boxes. He's really, oh, here's Olivia. Hi, Olivia. You're in. So this is like a master class in how to piss people off. Okay, Joseph is doing a really good job. Okay, and now here's another dream, verse 9. ויחלום עוד חלום אחר, ויספרותו להו, ויאמר הנה, חלמתי חלום עוד, והנה השמש והירח ו11 כוכבים משתחווים לי. So he had another dream. Again, I'm going to paraphrase. And he said, this is the dream. In the dream, the sun, the moon, and 11 stars were bowing down before me. And again, he tells his dream to his brothers, who already hate his guts. ויספר אל אביו ואל אחיו, and he tells it to his father and to his brother, ויגער בו אביו ויאמר לו, and his father rebuked him, scolded him. יגער. ויאמר לו, מה החלום הזה אשר חלמת? What is this dream that you've dreamed? הבוא נבוא אני ואמך ואחיך להשתחוות לך ארצה? Do you really think me and your mother and your 11 brothers and your brothers are going to bow down to you are going to prostrate themselves on the ground before you? Of course, the irony is that this is exactly what happens. This dream comes true. Joseph is later second in command, and his brothers come, not the mother and the father, but his mother's actually, at this point, his mother is already dead, right? Joseph's mother is already dead. Because we saw that Rachel, who's Joseph's mother, died when she was giving birth to Benjamin in chapter 35 on the way to on the road to Ephrat near Bethlehem, which is where the Kever Rachel, the tomb of Rachel, is to this day. Although again, we said that this current tomb of Rachel is not necessarily the real tomb of Rachel. It's unclear. Okay, but it's interesting that Jacob says this, right? Do you really think that me and your mother and your 11 and your brothers are gonna bow down before you onto the ground, going to prostrate themselves before you on the ground? Well, he must, when Jacob said this, he must not have meant it literally. He must not actually think that Joseph meant that this could literally happen, because his mother Rachel was already dead. Okay, but he's referring to the dream. Verse 11, and his brothers were jealous of him, but his father basically held his tongue. Okay, let's get a little commentary on that. So, as many commentators point out, Joseph's entire story is focused around dreams. Okay, dreams are what got him into trouble, and dreams are what are going to get him out of trouble, ultimately. Right? So we know the story that occurs. Joseph eventually ends up in jail, and the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker, the wine bearer and the baker, the cupbearer and the baker of Pharaoh have dreams, and Joseph is able to correctly interpret them. And then later on, Pharaoh has a dream, and the cupbearer remembers this Hebrew slave in the dungeon, or this Hebrew prisoner in the dungeon, Joseph, who was able to correctly interpret his dream. And then Pharaoh brings him out of the dungeon, and Joseph correctly interprets his dream, Pharaoh's dreams, 2 dreams that he had, where nobody else could. And so then Joseph becomes second in command. It basically becomes the vizier, second in command of all of Egypt. So everything about Joseph's life, or the main elements, the main incidents in Joseph's life, are involved, or have dreams involved with them. Right. The focus of Joseph's life is based on the dreams he has, the dreams he interprets. Okay, so Joseph is the dreamer. Check in. Okay. So, and I think the point here is that, so his father was obviously also pissed off, right? You really think me and your mother and your brothers are all going to bow down to you? But, Yaakov is older, wiser kind of man at this point. So he just let it slide, or he just, held his tongue. But this really ticked off his brothers. And the point is that this is now going to lead to the next action. Okay. This was like the final straw. Okay. This kid is out of control. Okay. He thinks he's our boss. He thinks he's our king. He thinks he's better than all of us. He's favored by our father. Okay. I mean, like I said, Joseph really checked off all the boxes in pissing off his brothers. And his brothers were young and, full of fire, right? They didn't have the wisdom in life that Yaakov did, so they're going to react rashly. That's exactly what they do, most of them. Verse 12, so now his brothers went to shepherd the sheep of their father in Shechem. Okay, so now we have Shechem mentioned. Remember, the last time Shechem was mentioned was in the story of Dinah. This is where Dinah was raped, and this is where Shimon and Levi went and basically, pillaged the entire town, killed all the male inhabitants. So now they're back in Shechem. And remember, Jacob was afraid that the inhabitants around Shechem were going to take revenge on him. And so God told him to leave that place and go to Bethel. So his next place was Bethel. Then from Bethel, he eventually ended up where he is now in Hebron. But now the brothers are back in Shechem. Okay, so obviously that whole incident, they feel secure enough to go back to the Shechem area, even though they basically kind of had to run from there in fear of the inhabitants. Although it says that God put his fear on the inhabitants, and they didn't lay a hand on Jacob and his household. Okay, all right. So, verse 14, Vayomer lo, lech nar et shalom achecha, et shalom atzon vashiveni davar ish lachehu me'emek Hebron v'yavo Shechema. So basically, to paraphrase, Jacob asks Joseph to go check up on his brothers and on the flocks. So he goes from Hebron, that's where he was living, out all the way out to Shechem. Okay. In the modern day, I don't know, it's probably about maybe 50 miles, maybe a bit more, 60, 70 miles, something like that. Verse 15, Wayim tza'ehu ish wahine to'eh b'sadeh wish alehu ish lemor ma tivakesh. So he ran into, so he got lost, basically. He got lost out in the open country. When it says sadeh, okay, sadeh in modern Hebrew, well, actually also in biblical Hebrew, can mean a field, right? A cultivated field. But another meaning of sadeh, and an often used meaning of sadeh, means like the open country, like the wilderness. It's as opposed to the settled land, urban areas and suburban areas. Okay, so for instance, we have that Esav was an ish sadeh yodeh tzayed. Okay, he was a skilled hunter who a man of the open field. Okay, and so that's what this meaning is here. It doesn't mean he was walking through a cornfield and got lost. It means he was on his way from Hebron to Shechem, and he got lost somewhere out in the in the wilderness. Okay, there were no huge cities there. You couldn't stop in for a falafel at the Moshiko Falafel on Ben Yehuda Street back then. So it was in the middle of nowhere. Okay. So right. So some guy ran into him, some man ran into him and saw that he was lost. And the man asked him, what are you looking for? Verse 16, Wayomer et chai anochi mevakesh, hagida na li efohem roim. And he said back to this man, it doesn't say who this man is. That he says, I'm looking for my brothers. Can you tell me where they're shepherding the flocks? Wayomer haish nasu mize hishamati omrim nelcha dotana dotaina wayelech Yosef achar how wa yimsaem bedotan. Okay, so then this man says, okay, they're not in Shechem anymore. They've gone to this place called Dotan. And since these are not actually dwelling places, I'm not going to add it to the list of dwelling places. These are places that are mentioned, but I won't add them to the list of. These are actually journeys, like the stops where they actually lived. Okay, verse 18. So I'll have to be honest. I've never ever understood what the purposes of these verses are. I mean, who cares where they are? I mean, why is this even brought here? I have no explanation for it. Maybe some of the commentaries do, right? What's the point of the Torah including this piece of information that some guy ran into him, saw he was lost, and said they went to Dotan, right? It doesn't add anything to the story. And remember, the Torah it's not giving all of the facts, it's telling a story. So if it gives a piece of information, there's usually a reason for it, and I don't see the reason for it. I wonder if any of the commentators pick up on this. Let's see, I'll go down a little bit here. Second. Okay. So we'll go back a little bit. So verse 10, so Robert Alter says, this particular episode seems to assume in flat contradiction to the preceding narrative that Rachel's still alive, though Benjamin has already been born. There are 11 brothers in the dream bowing to Joseph. Attempts to rescue consistency on the ground that dreams may contain incoherent elements are unconvincing because it is a perfectly lucid dream. Lucid Jacob, who assumes that Rachel's still alive. I disagree with that, but okay. 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 So here, Robert Alter says the specificity of this exchange with an unnamed stranger is enigmatic. So basically, he's saying what we just said, right? What's the purpose of mentioning this story? Efforts to see the man as an angel or messenger of fate have little textual warrant. I agree with that. What it is safe to say is that the question and answer in a field outside Shem reinforce a sense of Joseph as being directed unwitting to a disastrous encounter. Okay, that's an interesting point of view, right? So that's Robert Alter's saying the reason this is included is because it's saying like there's almost fate involved, that he's going, he's being directed by this man to his end, or really kind of the beginning of his life. Okay, I'm just checking to see if there are any comments or anything. And let's see if Ibn Ezra has anything to say about this. So it's 37:15. Derech Pshat, Echad me'ovrei derech. So he's saying that the simple meaning of this is Echad me'ovrei derech. It's just a passerby. 16. Efohem ro'im im teda. I don't see what Ibn Ezra's commentary is. I see. Efohem ro'im im teda. Okay, so the verse says. Efohem ro'im. Okay, so I see. Ibn Ezra is just adding context here. We're going to skip that. Okay. Dotina. B'yud gam below yud v'hamakom echad. Okay, so it's spelled in two different ways, is what Ibn Ezra is saying here. He's an excellent commentator, so he's pointing that out. So here we have, oh shoot, stupid spinning ball again. Okay, that stopped quick enough. So here it doesn't say dotana, it says dotaina. So here the name of the place would be something like Dotin or Dotain maybe. And here the place is mentioned as Dotan. Okay, so what Ibn Ezra is saying is that obviously it's from the context, it's the same place, but he's saying it's spelled two different ways. Now Yud is a letter that can drop in or out. So I really think the name of the place obviously is, it's not that it's spelled a different way, it's that I mean, I guess you could say it's spelled a different way, but it's not two different names for the same place. The Yud just comes in here just to make it easier to say. It's easier to say, I guess, Dotaina than Dotana, right? Dotaina, Dotana. If you say Dotana 10 times fast, you'll end up probably saying Dotaina, 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 right? I can't even say Dotana. Dotana, 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 I guess I can if I try. But it's just, the Yud is added when you have this hey at the end. The hey is represents movement towards. So I always mention I had a friend when I lived back in New York, which thank God I don't anymore. He used to say when he was going back to, we were friends, we both lived in Queens, in the New York section, in the Queens section of New York, and when he was coming back to Queens, he would always call me on the phone. He would say Ani holech Queensa. So in Hebrew means movement towards. You'll see this a lot in even modern Hebrew. If you want to say I'm going home, you say Ani holech habayta. I'm going towards home. Or you could say, what would be another common one? Ani holech hayama. I'm going to the sea. So when you have a hey at the end, at the end of a place name, it means often movement towards. Okay, so this just means towards Dotan. So Kishamati Umrim Nilcha Dotana. So he heard them say, we will go towards Dotan. Anyway, this is a minor point. Ibn Ezra is just pointing out there are two different spellings for that place name. And okay, that's verse 18. We haven't gotten to that yet. We're going to get to that now. So Yosef does catch up to his brothers in this place, Dotan. Verse 18, Wayiru oto merachok, b'terem yikrav elhem v'yitnaklu oto lahamito. V'yitnaklu oto lahamito. So now, okay, so the brothers see him coming. They see him far away, and they say, okay, here comes this Yosef. Here comes our little brother Yosef. This pain in the ass. You know, we've all heard of pain in the ass, little brothers. But Yosef takes it to a new level. So litnakel in modern Hebrew means kind of to fall upon or to conspire against. Let's see how Ibn Ezra speaks about that. Okay, they conspired means they had evil designs. Chashvu machshava ra'a v'chein ve'arur. Nuchal. Okay, and he quotes Malachi 1:14, using the word nuchal, arur nuchal. So he's relating lit nakel to nuchal, which is a very interesting point. But in modern Hebrew, lit nakel means like to fall upon, like to. I'm trying to think of a good English translation. Yeah, basically to conspire against, or to to suddenly fall upon, or something like that. So they conspired against him to kill him. Verse 19. Yomru ish el how. Hine ba'al halamot ala ze ba. And all the brothers said to each other, each brother said to the other, oh, look, this dreamer of dreams is coming. Literally the owner or the master of dreams, the dream master, maybe we can translate it as. This dream master is coming. Okay, so already Yosef, he's kind of being dehumanized. They're not even using his name. He's just, we start speaking in tongues here, right? He's just the dream master. Okay, the dream master is coming. They've already, in a sense, dehumanized him. He's no longer their brother Joseph. He's the dream master. He's the pain. He's the pain in the ass. He's that favorite one of our father who only talks bad about us and thinks he's our ruler, thinks he's our boss, and dreams about us that he's going to rule over us. Okay. Verse 20, וَעַתָה לכו ונהרגהו ונשליכהו באחד הבורות ואמרנו חיה רעה אכלתהו ונראה מה יהיו חלומותיו. Okay, so here's the conspiracy that they come up with against him. So let us kill him and let us throw him into one of the pits or one of the wells. Okay, literally a bore is like a pit. So what would pits be doing out in the desert? It could be a well that's been dug, maybe just a natural pit. Amarnu, and then we'll say that a wild animal ate him, and then let's see what becomes of his dreams. Okay, that's gonna end his little dreaming career, his little career as a dream master. Verse 21, וישמע ראובן ויצילהו מידם ויאמר לו nakenu nafesh. So Reuven heard about this, and Reuven now is stepping up to the plate. He's the firstborn. Okay, he's the oldest of the brothers, hopefully the most mature. Hopefully, even though he's kind of been supplanted by Joseph has kind of taken his place. Right, his father's made Joseph the boss. Still, Reuven is the firstborn. And Reuven, we've already seen the incident where Reuven slept with Bilhah, the concubine of Rachel, his mother's sister's wife's concubine. So Reuven is, nonetheless, Reuven is on the outs kind of with his father, right? He's not the favorite son, but he is stepping up as the true firstborn here, as the mature one, who's supposed to be looking after his younger brothers. And he does, in this case, take the reins and decide to look after his younger brother Joseph. And he says, "Lo nakenu nafesh." Okay, we shouldn't kill him. Okay, let's not kill his life, literally. Okay. So I think Reuven is acting very wisely here, and I'll tell you why I think in a second. Okay, Yomer elei Reuven al tishpachu dam, and Reuven said to them, to the other brothers, al tishpachu dam, do not shed blood. Hashlichoto el habor hazeh. So the other brothers, what they wanted to do? They wanted to nahargehu v'nashlicheu be'achad haborot. They wanted to kill him and then toss his body into one of the pits. Okay, one of the wells or one of the pits. Reuven says, no. We'll toss him into the pit, but we're not going to kill him. Okay, we'll throw him in there alive. So we'll throw him into a pit that's in the middle of the wilderness, in the middle of nowhere. But don't don't raise your hand against him. In other words, don't kill him. Okay, just throw him into the pit, but don't shed his blood. Okay, and I'll tell you why this is such a wise thing that Reuven is saying in a second, in my opinion. Okay, and he did this in order that he would come back late. That I'll translate more literally. In order that he would save them, or he would rescue them from their hands, and in order to return them to his father. So that was Reuven's idea. Okay, so why is this such a wise idea? Okay, and why do we see here actually the maturity and the wisdom of this firstborn of Jacob, the true firstborn of Jacob? Okay. Okay. So so let's say Reuven had said, let's just bring him back to our father. Okay, we shouldn't raise our hand against him. We're just going to bring him back home and, tell dad about him or something like that. The other brothers would not have agreed. Okay, so Reuven, what he's doing is he's making an excellent point. Okay, if we throw him into the pit, he'll probably end up dying anyway. This is in the middle of nowhere. It says so explicitly. Midbar means, usually translated as the wilderness. Okay, if we throw him into a pit, then he's going to end up dying anyway. We're in the middle of nowhere. It would be like taking someone out in the middle of the desert in Arizona and just throwing him into a pit somewhere. Okay, no one's going to find him. Okay, he's going to die, and so he will end up dying. We will end up getting what we want, but we're not going to raise our hand. We're not going to actively shed his blood. Okay, we'll just let him wither away and die. Okay, and so the brothers would agree to such a thing. Okay, if Reuben had said no, don't do this, then they probably would have overruled him, or who knows, maybe even killed Reuben as well. I don't think so, but they would have overruled him, and they would have gone ahead and killed Joseph. So basically, Reuben is acting really smart here. He's thinking the brothers are giving the brothers what they want, while at the same time saying, don't go so far as to actually shed his blood actively. Just leave him there, okay? And so Reuven is really smart. He's giving the brothers what they want, that Joseph would die, and he's allowing them to escape from literally murdering their own brother, okay? And of course, he has the ulterior motive of intending to come back there afterwards and then bring him back to his father. Of course, when he brings him back to their father Jacob, he's going to tell Jacob what almost happened, and then Jacob is going to set things straight. That's the implication. Okay, Jacob is going to say, what were you even thinking? What are you, crazy? You kill your own brother. He's going to protect Joseph from then on. Maybe he's going to change, not allow Joseph to go out and be boss over them. Who knows, right? But that was Reuven's intention, and it was very wise. So we see here that Reuven is acting as the firstborn, as he should be, the protector of his little brothers, of his younger brothers, including Joseph, even though he hates Joseph, ostensibly, because Joseph, if anyone has usurped Reuven's position as firstborn, it's Joseph. But so even though ostensibly he hates Joseph, nonetheless, he's acting as the true firstborn, protecting as the protector of his little brothers, basically as the continuation of his father. If the father dies, then the firstborn kind of takes over as head of the household. Okay, so Reuven is really wise in his decision here. Okay, he's giving the brothers what he wants, or thinking that he's giving the brothers what he wants, but then giving a little time and space to be able to come back and rescue Joseph. Okay. Verse 23, Wahi kasher ba Yosef el echa wa yafshitu et Yosef et kitunato et kitonet apasim asher elau. So when Yosef came to them, so remember they saw Yosef coming from far away. That's when they came up with this plan, this conspiracy against him. So when he finally did come, they took off the kitonet pasim, the multicolored, the technicolored dream coat, Technicolor, whatever it's called, multicolored Technicolor, the Technicolor dream coat, right? So they took off this coat. That's the symbol of his favored status. Okay, that's like stripping. That's like what the IDF did in Gaza when they took all those Hamasniks and they stripped them down to their underpants, took off their uniforms, took their weapons away, and stripped them down to their underpants, right? Which I'd love to see a lot more of, but please do us all a favor and just make sure you keep the underpants on. That's all we want to see. Okay, so but they Actually, that would be good. I mean, if I were prime minister, man, I would take them. I would strip them naked, chain them to each other, and then march them through Gaza City, because the way, see, the Arabs, the Muslims, the Arab Muslims, I should really say, they don't care about death. Honestly, what they care about is dishonor. And as I said, I listened to a lot of commentary from a lot of different people about the current war. And one of the things I hear over and over again, especially by people who are experts in Muslim culture, is that death is secondary to them. They actually believe that this life that they have is on loan from Allah, and therefore, whenever it's meant to be given back to Allah, then that's it was temporary anyway. Okay, that's why death is kind of secondary to them. What is the main thing that they despise is dishonor. And one of the forms of dishonor is losing land. So if we were to, of course, we're not going to do it because the Israeli government is completely incompetent. As I said earlier, we can't expect those who got us into this mess to get us out of this mess. But if we had a real leader, then we would conquer Gaza and take over that land, annex it to Israel, and that would be the dishonor. That's what really, if you want to coin a phrase, dishonor is what disarms the Arab Muslims. Okay, that's when they know they've been defeated, when they're dishonored. So, yeah, that would be great. If I were prime minister, I have a friend here who always calls me the prime minister. So if I were prime minister, I would actually strip them completely naked. I would chain them to each other, and then I would march them through the streets of Gaza. Of course, Israel's too afraid to do that because it's not Western. How would the West react? Our God, our false God, the United States of America, would not like it, right? But that's really what should be done. And then we should just completely conquer Gaza, kick all of the Muslims out, and just take it over and annex it to Israel. That's the way I would. And then the other Arabs will be so terrified that may happen to them that they'll cower in their little holes wherever they are. At any rate, to get back to our story here, so they strip off the symbol of Joseph's, primacy, of Joseph's special status as the favored son of his father. So that's why this is mentioned here. That's important, right? So now he's stripped. Now he's basically in his underpants. Okay, he's no longer the boss. He's just, you get the idea. She'elau, wa yikahu. I'm sorry. Wa yikahu, wa yashlichoto, habora, wa habor rek en bomayim. So they took him and cast him into the pit or into the well, and the well was dry or empty. There was no water in it. So again, this would imply that that we're talking about here a well, okay? Because it says there's no water in it. Although again, it could just mean a natural pit that fills with water during the from groundwater, or maybe during the rainy season or something like that. We don't have an actual date in terms of month when this occurred. So we don't know if it was the rainy season or the dry season, but the point of mentioning this is that he can survive in the pit, right? It wasn't like they were drowning him in a well. Okay, just check back in here. Shabbat shalom, Shavua tov. And I guess we'll go to the end of the chapter, and then I think I'm going to have to stop. So, Vayeshev lechol lechem. So then they went and had a little meal, almost like a celebratory meal, or more than a celebratory meal. I mean, I think it represents the fact that that they were like, it's almost like they've washed their hands of this person. Okay, they're so callous to what he's going through, they don't even care anymore. They've already dehumanized him. Okay, they don't use his name anymore. They just call him the Dream Master. They strip him of his symbol of leadership, of rulership over them. And once they cast him into the well or into the pit, they're so callous in their feelings at this point that they just go and have a meal. Okay, of course, there's another reason they're just I guess they want to see what happens to him. So they sat to eat a meal, to eat bread. אורחת ישמעאלים באה מגלעד, ומלאהם נושאים ניחות וצרי ולוט הולכים להוריד מצרימה. Okay, so as they were sitting eating their meal, they lifted up their eyes. They glanced over at the area where they'd thrown Joseph, and they saw a caravan of Ishmaelites coming from Gilad. Okay, so where's Gilad? Gilad is mentioned. Gilad is the same as Galed. That's the place where Lavan and Jacob had made the covenant that they wouldn't cross over that point to do evil to one another, right? Basically, it was like a peace treaty. Like, you go your way, I go my way, and this is our border. And their camels were carrying. So now we have a list of a number of different spices. Nichot is translated here as spices. Tsari, balm, lot, myrrh. So spices, balm, and myrrh. And whenever you have spice names, plant names, often animal names, it's always a question as to what they mean. So this translation says spices, balm, and myrrh. See what Robert Alton makes of that. 25. So he says gum, balm, and ladanum. Okay. Let's see if there's any commentary on that. Yeah, so as Robert Alter points out, the precise identity of these plant extracts used for medicinal purposes and perfume is in doubt, but it is clear that they're costly export items. Okay. So again, whenever you see plant names, spice names, except for some, some are more clear than others. Animal names, it's never really clear what they are. Okay, so they're taking it down to Egypt. Verses 26 and 27. Why Yomer Yehuda El Echau Ma Betzaki Naharov Et Achinu Wachisinu Et Damo. So Yehuda said to his brothers, and now Yehuda, who's the third born, also one of the older ones, says, What do we gain from killing our brother and covering up his blood? Okay, so clearly their intention here was still to kill him. That was the plan. They were going to, instead of literally murdering him with their own hands, they were going to let him waste away in this hole, this pit. So now Yehuda kind of relents. So, and notice he used the word naharog, which implies a little bit less than lirtzoach, than murder. It means kill, not murder. Okay, so it's a point of letting our brother die. Basically of killing our brother off, maybe you could translate it as, and then covering up his blood. What does that mean, covering up his blood? That means we're going to hide the fact that we were responsible for it. We're going to tell our father that he was ripped apart by a wild animal. Okay, but Yehuda says, okay, they're calming down now a little bit. They're eating, they're chilling out, and now Yehuda is relenting a little bit as well. Verse 27, Lechu wanim kirenu la Yishmaelim. So Judah says, let's sell him to these Ishmaelites, but let our hands not be upon him. In other words, let us not be responsible for his death. Let's not kill him off. Because still he's our brother, he's our flesh and blood. And his brothers listen to him. Okay, so now they're slowly, coming down off their high perch, or as they say in Hebrew, yordim me'etz. They're coming down off of the tree a little bit, right? They're coming up with progressively better ideas, shall we say. Verse 28, V'yavru anashim midyanim socharim וימשכו יעלו את יוסף מן הבור וימכרו את יוסף לישמעאלים ב-20 כסף ויביאו את יוסef מצרימה. So now we have another group of Midianites, of Midianite merchants, and they pulled Joseph out of the so before the brothers can come and pull him out and sell him, okay, to the Ishmaelites. So another group of Midianites comes and sells Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. Okay, and the implication is 20 shekels of silver. Shekel is a weight for silver and gold. And just to put things in perspective, we know that Abraham bought the cave of Machpelah for 400 shekels. So Joseph is bought for 20 shekels. It's mentioned in the end of the book of Numbers, the prices for slaves are given. And if I remember correctly, it's 30 shekels for an adult male slave. So this is in the range, although that's maybe a later time. It certainly is a later time. It's the time of the Exodus. But, that's like kind of the going rate for a slave at that time, more or less. Okay, V'yaviu et Yosef Mitzrayim, and they brought him down to Egypt. So now he's in the hands of the Ishmaelim, and he's being brought down to Egypt. So that is going to place Joseph in Egypt, which of course is super necessary for the rest of the stories in the book of Genesis. וישב ראובן אל הבור והנה אין יוסף. So when Reuven came back to the pit, hine ein Yosef, behold Yosef, there is no Yosef. Yosef wasn't there in the pit. V'yikra'ed bi'adau, and he ripped his clothing. So we see, even going back to ancient times, even already back to the times of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, ripping one's clothing was a sign of mourning. That's something that's carried on even today. When a close relative dies, when a close family member dies, you rip your clothing. Verse 30. וישב אל אחיו, אחיו ויאמר הילד איננו, ואני אנה אני בא. So remember, Reuven was going to save Yosef. So he's the one now that goes to pull Yosef out, to bring him back to his father. I guess he said to his brothers, okay, I'll pull him out and sell him to the Ishmaelim, to the Ishmaelites. But really his intention was to bring him back to his father, to save him. And now he's distraught. He's beside himself because Yosef is gone. I guess while the brothers were eating, they didn't notice that the Midianites had come along and pulled them out and sold them to the Ishmaelites. Okay. And then he says, Ana, ani ba. So I guess to paraphrase this, what do I do now? Or where do I go now? What's going to be of me? Or what do I do now? I wonder how Robert Alter translates that one. That's 29. And where can I turn? Okay. So we'll get a little commentary here. So Judah's argument for sparing Joseph's life, which most scholars regard as the manifestation of an originally different version of the story from the one blah, 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 is based on the consideration of gain, not on the horror of the taboo against shedding blood that Reuben invokes. To cover up blood means to conceal blood guilt. I disagree with that, but okay. There was clearly also, because they say he's our brother, our flesh. It is, of course, a dubious expression of brotherhood to sell someone into the ignominy and perilously uncertain future of slavery. Okay, I'm not going to get into that. That's documentary hypothesis stuff. Okay, and we'll go back to the main story. So now Joseph is gone. ויקחו את כתונת יוסף ואיש חטוס עיר עזים. So they took Joseph's, Technicolor dream coat. They slaughtered a goat. Seir izim. Let's go to our animal terms for a second. So seir is a kid, a baby goat, and an ez is a goat. So a kid, basically, a baby goat. So they took a baby goat. And why a baby goat? Well, they don't need that much blood, I guess, to spread over the over this garment. So, why kill a full-grown goat? Vitbalu et ketonet badam, and they dipped the coat in its blood, Vayishlchu et ketonet asim v'yaviu el avihem. V'yamru zot matzanu. And so they took the coat and they brought it to the father, and they said, "Listen, look, zot matzanu haker na ketonet bincha imlo." Said, then they said to Jacob, "Look what we found. Can you identify it as your sons or not?" So the whole reason how the brothers can do this to their own father. Okay, so Yosef, we can understand that they don't like Yosef, but to do this to their own father, that's a whole discussion in and of itself. And I would say that one thing is I think they kind of blame their father to a certain degree for his favoritism of Yosef. And second of all, they kind of did what they had to do, and then they had to find an excuse for it. It's like any other teenager, right? You go out and smoke pot with their friends, and then they have to find an excuse to tell, "Oh yeah, mom and dad, I was studying for a test with my friend," right? So they had to come up with something. They'd already decided this is what they were going to do, and they certainly weren't going to tell their father about it. So they had no choice, given the circumstances. Verse 33. And he recognized it, and he said, This is the coat. This is my son's coat. This is the coat of my son. A wild animal, literally an evil animal, has eaten him. And then he says, Tarof Toraf Yosef. And Yosef has certainly been killed by the wild animal. Literally, Yosef has certainly been ripped to pieces. Again, we have the repetition. Tarof Toraf Yosef. Yosef has certainly been ripped to pieces. Verse 34, same word as taref or treif, right? In Leviticus chapter 11, we find out that we as Israelites cannot eat taref. What is taref? Taref is an animal that has been hunted by another animal, ripped to shreds by another animal, right? Basically roadkill. Not roadkill, but basically a hunted animal by another animal. Okay, Yaakov simlotao. So Yaakov ripped his garment. This is a second ripping of garments that we have. Reuven earlier ripped his garment. Now Yaakov rips his garment. Vayesem sak b'motnav, and he placed sackcloth around his loins. So again, these are ancient methods of mourning. V'tabela b'no yamim rabim, and he mourned over son for many days, for a long period of time. So here are two common ancient mourning rituals. Okay, ripping your clothing and placing sackcloth and wearing sackcloth. What is sackcloth? Sackcloth is, burlap, they call it. I don't know if it was literally burlap back then, but basically, cloth that's not really fit for wearing. It's just used for carrying stuff. Sak. Just like the modern word sack, which comes from the word sak, from the Hebrew word sak. Okay, verse 35. So here's an interesting phrase. So all of his sons and all of his daughters came to comfort him. All of his daughters? What all of his daughters? What are we even talking about here? What do you mean all of his daughters? What daughters? He only had one daughter. That was Dinah. No other daughter is mentioned anywhere in the genealogies. And in fact, when it gives account in the end of Genesis of the 70 people that went down to Egypt, it does mention Dinah, and it also mentions another daughter named Serah, not Sarah, but Serah, if I remember correctly. So females are mentioned, but in the count of the 70, in fact, let me look at that for 1 second. I have it here. Right, versus Proverbs, Homer-in-law, sons of Jacob. Yeah, so here are the 70. Yeah, so Serach, the daughter of Asher, is mentioned in Genesis 46:17 as one of the 70. There are only 3 females mentioned explicitly that went down to Egypt: Leah, Dinah, and Serach, the daughter of Asher. So what does it mean here? That all of his daughters, okay? The only daughter we know of, direct daughter we know of, is Dinah. Now, daughter could mean also granddaughter or great-granddaughter. It could mean, female descendant. So maybe it means Dinah and Serach. Or the other possibility is that there were other daughters that are just not mentioned because they're not relevant to the story. And we will see this often, especially with females. The females are not relevant to a story. Their names are not mentioned, or their existence is not even mentioned. And no, it's not like the modern Western, concept of feminism, that the Torah hated females or hated women. It's just that women, they have a different role. Their role is not to be public figures. Their role is to be private, behind veils. That's the beauty and mystery and wonder of a woman, that she's not, like Madonna dancing like a whore, out on stage. That has a certain privateness and mystery to her. And so a lot of times females are not mentioned by name if they don't have relevance in a story. And also we know that in the Torah, clearly lineage goes by the male line, not by the female line, despite the fact that the rabbis changed that over, thereby, I believe, intentionally attempting to destroy the nation of Israel from within. But so those are the 2 possibilities. Either I'll give 3 possibilities. The Chod Binotav could be just speaking about Dinah, although I don't think it would have used that language. Second possibility could be speaking about Dinah and Jacob's daughter Dinah and Jacob's granddaughter Serach, the son of Asher. And third possibility is it could be speaking about other daughters that are just not mentioned because they're not relevant to the story and that are not included in the count of the 70 that went down to Egypt in the end of Genesis, specifically in Genesis 46. Again, because they're just not relevant to the story. But then the question arises is, why would it mention Serach, the daughter of Asher, as one of the 70 that went down there, when Serach, the daughter of Asher, is not relevant to any story either? So it's a big question mark, and I'm sure that the commentators go crazy on it. Let's see. Let's look at Robert Alter, see what he has to say about this. He doesn't say anything. Let's see if Ibn Ezra says anything. So this is Genesis 37:35. I love the Ibn Ezra. He's amazing, amazing, amazing commentator. Definitely rabbinical, but still a great commentator. Chobinotav. Okay. Okay. So Ibn Ezra goes with one of the possibilities that I said, his daughter and his granddaughter. And let's see. Dinah, his daughter, and Serah, the daughter of Asher, as grandchildren are considered children. Ibn Ezra comments so because Jacob had only one daughter. So there you go. That's Ibn Ezra's point of view on it. And that's one of the possibilities that we mentioned, right? I guess it kind of makes sense. I think that's the one that might make the most sense. Me? Okay. וימאן להתנחם ויאמר כי ארד אל בני עוול שאולה ויבך אותו אביו. But even though all of his sons and daughters tried to comfort him, he refused. Yima'en le'nachem, he refused to be comforted. Wayomer, and he said, rather. So he makes a phrase here, Red el beni, I'll go down to my son. In other words, my son's not coming back to me. It's kind of what, if you remember the story when David gives, wait a second. Is that where it is? Yes, I believe so. When David, after the incident with Bathsheba, Bathsheba gives birth to a son. The son dies after 7 days. David fasts to try to save the son, but God is having nothing of it. The son dies after 7 days. And then David says, if I'm remembering it correctly, David says, I will go to him, but he will not come back to me. Or maybe that's about Avshalom. I can't remember, but he says that at some point about one of his sons. He says, I will go to him, but he will not come back to me. And that's basically the sentiment that's being expressed here. Okay? Actually, I want to look that up now. I think actually I made a mistake. I think it's Avshalom that he says that about. Let me just see here. David, I will go to him. Go to him. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay, it's with the 7-year-old. Okay, the 7-day-old son. So this is 2 Samuel 12:23. Right. So it's when he stops fasting after the 7-day-old son dies. Now that he's dead, why should I go on fasting? Can I bring him back again? I will go to him, but he will not return to me. So it is about the 7-day-old son. So that's the same sentiment that Jacob is expressing here. Ki ered el beni, I'll go down to my son. In other words, I would rather die and go to him. Okay? Or I want to die to be with my son. Okay? Or here's the whole phrase, Ki ered el beni avel she'ola. So I want to, okay, I'll translate it. Literally, Ki ered el beni, I will go down to my son, avel she'ola, in mourning to the grave. Basically, he's saying that this is going to end my life. This mourning, is going to end my life, and then that's the way I'll be reunited with my son, by dying myself. That's the sentiment that's being expressed. Yech oto aviv, and his father continued to cry for him. Okay, so his father just remember, this is his favorite son. This is this firstborn of his beloved wife, Rachel, who's now dead. Now Joseph is dead. So the only one left is Benjamin. That's, of course, going to play a role in the story later on. Verse 36, Midyanim machru oto el Mitzrayim lepotifar saris paro sar tabachim. So the Midianites sold him to the Egyptians, to Potiphar, the vizier of Pharaoh, Sar Tabachim, who is the head of the guard. They usually translate it as, how do they translate it here? Head of the guard. But Tabach means head of the slaughterers, or the head of the executioners, maybe would be a better translation. Curious to see how Robert Alt deals with that one. 36. high chamberlain. Okay. So remember, so now we have a little bit of what would seem like an inconsistency, because it says the Midianites sold them to the Ishmaelites who took them down to Egypt. But here it says the Midianites sold them to the Egyptians. So what's going on here? So those who believe in the documentary hypothesis that the Torah consists of many different, authors would say here that this is a sign that, it's two different threads, contradicting threads, and that's exactly what Robert Alter refers to. But I think what's going on is it may just be a textual error. It maybe should say the Mishmaelim here. We'll see what Ibn Ezra says, and then we'll end our study for the day. Another possibility is, again, this, we're overlaying modern Western thinking on the ancient Hebrew, and there's a bit more flexibility, or shall we say, implications or understood implications in the ancient Hebrew language. So it's the Midianites sold them to the Ishmaelites, who sold them to Potiphar. It might be enough for the Torah to just say that the Midianites sold him to Potiphar. In other words, the implication is the Midianites were responsible for him being sold to Potiphar. I think that's a stretch, to be 100% honest, because it's being very specific here. It's saying the Midianites sold him to Potiphar. But it really might, but one possibility is it might mean that the Midianites fished him out, sold him to the Ishmaelites, who ended up selling him to Potiphar. Okay? Let's see what Ibn Ezra has to say about this. Nothing. Sadat Tabachim. Okay, so Ibn Ezra, by the way, translates Sadat Tabachim exactly as we'd said earlier, as I rendered it as the chief executioner, and I think that makes sense. And he's quoting Unkelis's translation into Aramaic for that one. So I agree with Ibn Ezra on that. And other than that, Ibn Ezra doesn't have anything to say. Okay. All right, so I think we'll just read this last commentary here. So verse 36, so he's saying Saris Paros, or Saris is literally means a eunuch. Okay, so there is a mitzvah, for instance, in the Torah not to castrate animals, and that same word is used here. I remember when I was learning Hebrew, when I first came to Israel way back in the day, and I would come up with all kinds of techniques to remember. Olivia, you'll like this. I would come up with all kinds of techniques to remember words in Hebrew. So I remember, for instance, to remember the word kochav, which means stars. I said, kochav, that sounds like Coca-Cola, and I would picture in my head a whole bunch of Coca-Cola bottles up in the sky. And whenever I hear the word kochav, I'd say, that means star. So the way I remember this word saris is, if you look at it, it looks like two testicles. Well, minus the yud, it looks like two testicles and a penis. So that's the way. Sorry to be crass, but that's literally the way I would remember this word when I first was learning Hebrew. So this means literally a eunuch or a castrated one, saris paro. And Robert Alter says, and this will be our last comment, the word courtier in other contexts can also mean eunuch, but the evidence suggests that the original use was as the title of a court official, and the sense of eunuch became associated with the term secondarily because of an occasional Mesopotamian practice of placing eunuchs in court positions. The Hebrew saris is a loan word from the Akkadian saresi, royal official. The second title attached to Potiphar is associated with a root involving slaughter and, in consequence, sometimes with cooking, hence chief steward, or alternately chief executioner of various English versions. The actual responsibility of this high imperial post remain unclear. He's right about that. So, yeah. So, right. So eunuchs were placed in court positions because they would not be a threat to the king. I remember seeing a documentary, or I guess it was a video about the Ottoman Empire, and the Ottomans they would place eunuchs in charge of the harem. So the Sultan had a harem of many women, and of course you want to place eunuchs in charge of the harem, so you for obvious reasons. And one of the interesting things they said is that the Ottomans would specifically place Africans, meaning black people, in charge of castrated blacks, meaning eunuchs, black eunuchs, in charge of the Sultan's harem. Why? Because apparently, even if a male is castrated, sometimes they can still do the deed. They can still produce semen and impregnate a woman. So why would they place black Africans, eunuchs, in charge of the harem? Well, if one of the babies of the concubines came out black or half black, they knew what was up. They knew that one of the eunuchs had stuck his cookie in the cookie jar. So, at any rate, that's just a random fact that I heard. So, but it does connect to the point that eunuchs were often used in many societies as assistants to royalty because they were more docile. They were less violent, less likely to revolt as slaves, and they certainly couldn't get their hands on the king's wives and concubines. So on that happy note, we're going to end today's study. I'll open it up for any final questions or comments. Anybody? All right. If there are no comments or questions, then we're going to end it for the day. And I thank you all for joining me today. Again, I'd really like to have these studies publicized a lot more. So please share them, like, subscribe, all that nice stuff. And get the word out about the studies. You can always see them on YouTube, as a replay, also on Facebook, as a matter of fact. So if you missed part of it, or if you know anyone who wants to watch the study, then you can send them the links. Usually I just send the YouTube link. That's the easiest. But you can also watch it on the Facebook link. And that's it. I thank you all for joining me. This has been Hakham Melech Ben Yaakov of the World Alliance of Qara'im with this week's Torah study on Vayeshev. We didn't get too far into Vayeshev. We only did 1 out of 4 chapters. But hey, 1 out of 4 ain't bad. So I'll go out with some music as usual. And I will wish everyone a Shabbat Shalom and a Shavua Tov, depending on where you are in the world. And Be'ezrat Yahweh, we will see you next week. And let's pray for Israel. Let's pray for the soldiers in Israel. Let's pray for the IDF. Again, I think as I said, we can't expect the people who got us into this mess to get us out of this mess. But we certainly don't want any of the soldiers who are amazing, amazing people paying the price for these fools that run the country. So let's pray for their safety. Let's pray for their peace. Already there are 90 dead, at least as of the beginning of Shabbat. I don't know what the count is up to now. And let's hope that in the future we can have some better leadership that doesn't get us into this mess in the first place. I mean, the insanity, the irony of considering this a great victory for Israel when we were in complete control of the Gaza Strip until 2005. We owned every inch of it. And now it's just, it's like this great victory for Israel. I mean, that would be like, I don't know, giving away your house and then buying it back and saying, look at this great purchase I've made. I've bought my house back. It's insanity. And Benjamin Netanyahu and Benny Gantz and all the rest of these people and all their ilk, they're responsible for this mess. Of course, the people chose them. So the people of Israel are responsible also for this mess. But they are the leaders. So on that level, they should be held responsible for every Jew that has been injured, killed, maimed since, at the very least, 2005, if not far before. Their entire concept is flawed. Their entire approach is flawed. And this is why, although the IDF does seem to be making progress in Gaza, at the best, the very best that's going to happen is they're just going to kick the can down the road, because with their current way of doing things, they really cannot decisively win this war. And remember, it's still very early. We don't know where this is all going to lead. I'm not going to repeat my monologue from the beginning, but we're at the very early stages of wherever this whole thing is leading. This could be the end of days kind of stuff. It could lead to a huge thing, and we don't even know that yet. But one thing about wars, we don't know when we get into it, when and how, or if we're going to get out of it. So yes, happy Hanukkah, Yarden, Shabbat Shalom, Shavua Tov, and Be'ezrat Yahweh, we will see you all again next week. I'll put on some music, and we'll finish up here.